Well, ladies and gentlemen, good evening there. Welcome to the AMD Ryzen Radeon Apex Legends Streamer Invitational powered by Chroma. I'm your cost assassin 47. Joining me on the desk is Aggressive. We are all set and ready to dive in towards the final day. It's day number 2 of this Apex Legends Streamer Invitational that has been brought to you by AMD Ryzen Radeon and Chroma. A huge shout out to AMD Ryzen Radeon and Chroma for making this specific Streamer Invitational possible and to bring some of the most popular streamers out there in the country together to play in this massive stage right here, set by them as well. Aggressive, how are you feeling, buddy?
Honestly, after day one, I'm really pumped for day number two. The amount of strategies that we have seen coming on down from players of the side of Team Mackle and, of course, for the side of Team Scout. I'm really hoping to see that a lot of the other teams have taken a couple of notes coming out from them and brought their A game down to this day as well. Because you do need to remember all the points in day number one will carry forward down into day number two, meaning that the competition down for the first map will be very high. Because we know for a fact whoever is able to win out on that first map will make a massive dent when it comes down to the point.
True that. And once again, guys, just want to remind you guys that if you're looking for some exclusive deals on AMD Ryzen powered gaming notebooks, you guys can go ahead and check out the link down in the description below, which will take you to the Chroma website, or you can just walk into any of your Chroma stores nearby to check out and avail the offers as well. But yeah, what I wanted to talk more about was the fact that day number one was such an exhilarating display coming out from all of these streamers, especially from the side of Team Scout, to just go ahead and take away 3 matches in a row. Like match number 3, 4, and 5 was just Team Scout written all over it, and you guys can see the day one final standings in front of your screens right now. Where Team Mackle is sitting at the first spot with 33 placement points, 57 kills, and a total points of 90. Whereas Team Scout is just trailing behind with 83 total points, 41 placement points, and 42 kills. So, Team Scout, in the very end, yesterday, they almost were about to overtake Team Mackle, but then Team Mackle's individual brilliance coming in the form of Praj and Mackle. Both of these guys, they just went ahead and got so many kills up on the board. Despite not having the wins, doesn't matter. They had the kill, and because of that, they are sitting at the top of the table. Aggressive, your thoughts on the specific final standings coming in from day number one?
I'm really hoping that we see a lot more step ups from the side of Fatu and, of course, the side of Team Millie. We were really talking about this previously yesterday as well, that we really expected them to perform a lot more when it came down to a lot of their different engagements. But right at the very beginning, it was really unfortunate to say the very least in the way that they really went on out, not really getting the proper guns in their favor and not really getting the best possible engagement to try and go in for a lot of those fights. And I'm really hoping that in day number two, they find a little bit more enthusiasm in them and they try and choose a lot more of their positions wisely, because considering a lot of these streamers down here, the level of strategy they're going to be bringing down to the table, because after day number one, they have tasted victory and they are going to be hungry for even more. And in day number two, this is going to be a new, fresh start for everyone. They've all woken up. They're all going to be pumped. They're all warmed up to get down into the server and just fight it on out and be that Apex Predator that we know that they can be.
Well, I'm pretty sure of the fact that all of the Octane players from yesterday have got their stims ready as well. And they're going to be just injecting themselves in with that stim, and they are all going to be set and ready to dive straight in towards the match as well. But before that, guys, let me just quickly walk you through the list of streamers that are participating in the specific tournament. If you guys don't know already, we've got 16 of the most popular streamers out there in the country participating in the AMD Ryzen Radeon Apex Legends Streamer Invitational powered by Chroma. Starting off with Zaref, moving on towards Mafia, Scout, Fatu, Beg for Mercy, Bing69, Mizo, Mackle, Sherlock, Pile Gaming, Akshu, Mili Kamili, Rebel, Regaltos, Sway, and Bloodline. So all 16 of these streamers are your teams as well, like namely Team Zaref, Team Mafia, Team Scout, etc., etc. So aggressive. Who among who among these, right, really stood out for you for day number one, except for of course Scout and Macul and everyone? Like which was that particular streamer that stood out for you?
In my eyes, the more particular streamer that stood out for me has to be the side of Mafia. Primarily because the way he tried and coordinated his team in multiple different manners, they were playing purely for map control in particular, always playing for high grounds, always trying to go in for those poke battles and force the other teams into unfavorable engagements. They were not really opting to go in for kills. They were playing purely based upon standings. And that's why they really were my dark horse yesterday, because previously they were on that third position on that standing board with only 42 points on the board. And they were very close in pretty much overtaking the side of Team Mackle and, of course, the side of Team Scout. But at the very end of it all, it was just them in a very bad situation, getting pincered by like three teams down from multiple different angles, causing them to go on down, even though they had a pretty strong position in their favor. And I'm really hoping that in day number two, Team Mafia, they bring a little bit more oomph to a lot of their strategy, because it felt as though when it came down to their raw in game yesterday, they're falling just a tiny little bit short. But still, they're going to be able to bring it down back, because it's day number two. It's a new day, baby. And it's going to be time for everyone to step their game up and take it to the next level.
I mean, Team Mafia, right? They particularly did not get a lot of victories yesterday, but at the same time, a lot of kills for sure. So, Team Mafia, I really want to see them go ahead and get themselves a match or two victory for sure, because that would boost them as well in the leaderboards right now in the standings. Because right now, Team Mafia, despite having no victories whatsoever, with the number of kills and the number of placements that they have as well in a particular match, they have managed to, sort of stay in the top five every single match standing. And as far as the final standing is concerned, I guess if that match victory is going to come in, then maybe that is going to be a big boost that Team Mafia need. But more than that, right? Like other streamers such as Sway, Mizo, and even Pile Gaming stood out for me quite a lot, especially Pile Gaming, where they got themselves that victory as well yesterday. So Team Pile Gaming, looking forward to seeing more coming out from them. Like they've got some really good fraggers in their team, and they play a lot aggressive as well. Like you could see that in their play. They are not at all scared of anything. They just go up close and personal and take the fight, and they get done with that as well. So Team Pile Gaming, someone to be to keep an eye out as well. From the side of Team Sway, I guess Juzo is the guy who actually has been putting in quite a lot of work, and Sway herself, she did mention that it has been quite some time since she has played Apex, but still they have been putting in quite a lot of work. So it really feels good to see Team Sway getting back into the game, and they are just doing quite a lot for their particular team. Moving on towards Team Mizo. Team Mizo yesterday, they had some really good starts, but towards the end, like in the late zone scenarios, they kind of tend to find themselves in situations where it's completely unfavorable for them. Like they are not able to go anywhere. Either they just get sandwiched between two teams, or it's just someone or the other to just bum rush them down and just take away that specific spot from their hands. So something to be careful about are the flanks coming out from the side of Team Mizo, because Team Mizo, I saw them yesterday, I guess, over towards the train area or something like that, where they did get taken down with the flank coming in from the north west side of the map. So they gotta be careful about something like that. Repositioning themselves is very important, and so is important for other streamers as well, because as far as I know till now, Team Scout and Team Mackle, alongside I guess Team Pile Gaming as well, they have been doing quite a good job when it comes to repositioning themselves and you know, um, constantly keeping all of these other streamers and teams in that thought process that hey, hold on a second, Scout was there 5 minutes ago, maybe he's somewhere else, something like that. So always, they have been constantly moving, they have been keeping themselves on the move, and they have been dishing out damage by constantly repositioning themselves as well. So aggressive. What is that one moment that might have stood out for you in day number one?
In day number one in my eyes, the best moment has to be the first initial win coming on down from the side of Pile Gaming. And the fact
Mm.
that they were able to just completely shut everyone down, even though Pile, she died out really early in that engagement. Her entire team was already ready. They were able to hold that one specific power point, that single possible roof on the entire map when the zone was coming on in, and they were able to shut pretty much everyone down. They held that power position in their arsenal and they used it beautifully. They did not give it up for even a matter of a second. And that is really crucial. You need to try and communicate with your team, being like, hey, I'm going to be the ones opting to go in for that peak. You stay here, you just watch my back and make sure we don't get flanked. And that's exactly what they did. All of our teammates were able to be ready on their engagements and they were able to take those fights properly, moving them down forward. And with this, I'm really hoping that they are gonna be able to bring that same level of A game when it comes down to areas of control. And as you were stating previously, Team Mizo, they also had such good frag capabilities as well when it came down to a lot of the flanks that they were doing. But the main issue is that sometimes they just fall into that false sense of security, being like, hey, we are safe here, then immediately they get rushed by teams such as Team Scout and, of course,
Yep.
Rigaltos and Team Mafia all of a sudden, and they're just not ready for it. And that can really work out as a disadvantage if you try to get a little bit too cozy in one singular area, and if you're not able to set up down properly and be ready for those fights, or maybe, peeking your head out, trying to get a little bit of information, and then baiting in your opponents into your death trap that you have set up in those certain buildings. It's all the name of the game whenever you're playing Apex. Sometimes being inside of the building is just as crucial as just fragging out of your mind
Yep.
every single time you want to try and take it.
That's completely true. And to be honest, there have been moments, right, where teams like Team Regaltos and Team Rebel, they kind of had trouble for themselves as well. Yesterday, I still remember that specific finale in that specific match where I guess it was Team Rebel versus Team Scout. Yes, Team Rebel versus Team Scout trying to fight it out amongst that globe. Team Rebel, they had the vantage point. Team Scout were just trying to come in from below. Team Scout, they completely went ahead and surrounded Team Rebel, and then Team Rebel, they were constantly throwing in these grenades. They were throwing in the frags, they were throwing in the thermites, the arc stars. It was just frag grenades coming left, right, and center. And then Team Scout, they just maneuvered their way around that, and they just rushed Team Rebel down. And Team Rebel, towards the very end, they just ran out of resources and they were not able to do anything. And Team Scout, they took the victory in that specific match. So Team Rebel, right? I guess it was very unfortunate for them. Like they tried absolutely everything, but they just couldn't close it out against Team Scout. So something like that cannot happen today. And in my opinion, Team Fatu, Team Bings, they all have to step up big time because today is the final day, and if they're not going to be able to put up enough points on the table, then it surely is going to be trouble for them as well in order to stand at the top of the table as well. But moving on towards teams who are already comfortable, like Team Mackle, Team Scout, what we need them to do is, even if they're not going to be able to take the victories, right? We just need them to constantly place themselves at better positions at the end of the match, and of course, uh, constantly dish and damage. Like we need them to constantly come in with these skills, otherwise their spot it might just get taken over by other teams as well, the potential teams who are trying to just steal it away as soon as these guys make a small slip in their works. So Team Mackle and Team Scout need to be very, very careful. Team Mackle and Team Scout, we're going to be seeing that rivalry going very well. Scout is Team Scout, and they're going to be constantly trying to just go ahead and clinch that first spot from the side of Team Mackle. And Team Mackle today, if Praj is not going to be able to step up, if Mackle is not going to be able to step up, then it's going to be trouble for them as well to maintain that first spot as well. Because Team Scout, they have been feeling it. They are looking really, really strong. And the way they have been playing with the entire Bloodhound Octane setup, right? It surely looks promising.
Completely with you. And as we're talking a little more about the eight legend selection as well, let's try and break down a couple of the strategies I'm really expecting coming on down onto this map in particular. Yesterday, we saw what the side of Team Mackle were using. They were using the Revenant, Octane, and of course the Bloodhound setup, which is such an aggressive setup. You do need to remember that Octane uses the Revenant ultimate, jump straight on it. He can no longer die. Keep that stim beacon on him and just go ham. And we know how dangerous Grudge can be when you let him off that leash. And using that Revenant ultimate just gets him that aggression and also that confidence, being like, hey, I'm not gonna die on out. I can do whatever I want. I can just focus on my end, hit my shots, blow down my enemies, and get those kills on the boards. And that's one of the prime reasons why they were able to win out in so many of their engagements. The fact that they were able to utilize all their abilities properly, take a lot of the advantages in their favor. And I'm really hoping that a lot of the other teams understand this and start picking up that Revenant as well, because having that Revenant in your arsenal is just so crucial to take a lot of these proper engagements moving on down forward. But at the same time, I'm really hoping to see a lifeline as well, because having that lifeline in your dynamic just adds that little bit of a flavor text moving on down forward as well, because then you can rely on those heal bots to go in for those proper revives every single time. And while you can try and defend your allies as much as you possibly can, because whenever you're opting to go in for that revive, you are in such a vulnerable position. And with Lifeline, it adds that little bit of an extra cushion to you, because then you can just leave your bot to do in for that revive while you go in for those fights, you go in for those engagements, give your allies enough time to pick themselves back up, get back to full HP, and then they can take on over while you heal, and the full battle just continues from there. And at one point, one of the teams have to run out of resources, and they're going to be the ones going in for the engagements and those type of fights. But considering the current meta of Apex, everyone's just playing based upon rushes, and if you're going to be playing much more based upon the bunker type, maybe who is very weak at the early games, but as soon as the late game comes on through, he just becomes another force in time.
Well, I hope that all of these streamers today, they have got their strats ready and they're going to be relying on these strats that you did mention. But you know what, guys? You know what else you can rely on? The gaming notebooks powered by the AMD Ryzen Radeon processors. You guys can check them out using the link down in the description below. So redirect you to the Chroma website. And you guys can also just go ahead and check out these gaming notebooks at your nearby Chroma stores as well. Also, by the way, there are going to be tons and tons of giveaway going on throughout the specific stream. So all you guys have to do is stay active in the chat and just follow whatever our moderator is going to ask you to do. And follow the instructions and participate in the giveaway to get yourselves 1,000 rupees Chroma coupon codes as well. With that, our match is ready. Match number 1. Here we go. Day 2. It looks like that all of these streamers, all of these players are just going to jump straight into this beautiful map. And we are going to be seeing if Team Scout or Team Mackle can just stick with that specific lead on the standings or not. Aggressive.
Honestly, Proj is showing off as soon as the match already begins. A beautiful emote coming on down from the side of Bloodhound. One of my personal favorite emotes, actually, or being one of those jump emotes as well for Bangalore Bloodhound. And with that, it seems as though Team Mackle, they're going to be pushing themselves down into their usual spot, not really going in for anything too fancy, holding on down from the back end. And now, it's just being a little bit more safer. The main question is, why do a lot of these streamers not have to go down towards the side of Trials? Because Trials is a place where it really does shake off those jitters. It allows you to be like, hey, we're going to be hitting on down towards the side of Trials. We're going to get a couple of ducks for ourselves and maybe get that possible golden shield in your favor. Because you need to remember, that Trials gives you that level of edge when it comes down to loot because of how much you can get out of that. And it also helps your entire team, not just yourself. And it feels as though I feel a little bit sad, honestly, Assassin, because I thought that Project, maybe he's going to use that bow because I love seeing people use that bow, but at the same time, that weapon is so hard to use and so hard to get a lot of value out of, unless you're very proficient.
Yeah, the bow and the arrow, right? I mean, I'm not really sure if Proj is going to try and show us some bow and arrow action, because the thing is that they have an objective for the day as well, right? And that is to just put on as much numbers as possible on that standings. Gonna be seeing Quirk, who has taken a lot of damage. Team Zaref looks in trouble because Kisei already has been taken down. It's gonna be Kisei OP to try and get the revive over towards the other side of the map. In front of your screens is Pile Gaming trying to go ahead and get something done out of the specific fight that they took. It's gonna be Zeb who's gonna spot out an enemy. He's gonna tag him down as well, whereas X-Max, he takes down Kisei. Looks like that this specific team play coming out from the side of Team Zera is working out. We've seen Kisei was going to be recovered as well, and he's gonna come back into life.
That was an incredible play coming on down from the side of Team Zeref going up against the side of Kyle. Not only did Zeref have a much more of an unfavorable gun, he was able to pick up his teammate and then get him down as bait once again to get them that win for themselves. But at the same time, just look at Team Mackle. They're just holding their W keys and they are hunting down all the members of the side of Team Mercy, and they're just not gonna be able to survive. They know exactly where they are, and the hunt has already begun. But instead, the Bloodhound not even used his ultimate just yet. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna wait for it. We already got those skills. Let's just bleed them out and suck them dry. And with that, it's gonna be another point for the side of Team Mackle as they get a couple of kills for themselves, being able to stabilize, getting that purple armor as well onto the side of Proj basically means that, hey, things are just gonna get even more spicier, even more faster Assassin, because now 2 squads have already gone on down. We started with 16 and it's already down to 14.
I mean, Proj has got some really cool cosmetic stuff in the game as well, right? Guy has been grinding out Apex, and I guess he has got most of the battle pass stuff out there as well.
Oh my god!
But it's right there, but look at the arc star. My goodness. Nexus Hubby is just flexing off right now. He's going to be spotting out one more player. Looks like this Tim is going to come in, and I guess Nexus Hubby is just going to try and make a run for it. He's going to try and move in. He's going to try and dish out some damage. Going to spot him out. They're going to be using up the Peacekeeper, and this is exactly what you wanted to see yesterday. But it looks like that Nexus Hubby, he's like, you know what, aggressive, you can wait for day number 2 because I'm going to show you some Peacekeeper action.
Yeah, he pretty much will rewatch the stream and he's like, yeah, I gotta show my boy aggressive some love as well. I need to pull out that Peacekeeper. I need to go in their face. The Gibby is just a big ball of meat and I'm gonna blast him in the face with that shotgun. That's what you expect coming on down from the Peacekeeper as well. It doesn't keep peace, it creates a lot of chaos. But at the same time, the chaos is just about to start from back end as well. It's gonna be Team Riagotos coming on down with the EVA 8. Your favorite gun in his hands on the side of Team Rebel. Definitely a noob going in for a couple of shots with that G7 Scout. Gonna be able to spot out one more player, and he is able to do a lot of damage down from the back end. This guy's aim is just so on point, especially when it comes down to these automatics and of course these snipers. And at the same time, Rebel, he needs to be very careful because he's at very low levels of HP, and all the members of the side of Rebel, they're stuck inside of this building. A very choreographed position, but a very strong position indeed as well, if they're able to play their cards properly. And I'm really hoping that Rebel, he's able to set his team up properly, because otherwise Team Rialtos, they could easily go in for a push and try and take them down, but instead they wanted to go in for rotation. They left them alone. Very smart move. They got a lot of poke damage done. They wasted a lot of resources. So now it's time for them to stock back up, get a couple of proper guns over themselves, and keep things going for their side.
That's true, and you know what? I guess that Team Regaltos, they eventually down the line might just be able to find themselves in a good position with a good loot as well. Talk about good loot and good position. Here comes Team Scout. Every single time, these are the guys who go ahead and get themselves a really good vantage point, and alongside that, they also find themselves some purples and some out there as well. And yesterday, Fat Monster was just having such an amazing day where he was just finding the goals, and looks like that today is going to be no different, as we are going to be seeing Fat Monster using up the Beast of the Hunt. With that, is going to get information on a lot of players in and around that specific area. We are going to be seeing one more squad getting eliminated right around the corner, and that got 13 squads left, and it looks like that everyone is feeling so better today.
Uses the map number 1 is just full of jitters. Like, you know, whenever you play Streamer Invitational after a really long time for another game, that's when you just, you know, feel those jitters on day number 1. You gotta shake it all off, and as soon as day number 2 comes on through, that's where the real A game starts to hit, and that's where you really feel confident that you're gonna be able to win everything out. But at the same time, a little bit unfortunate. I was really hoping that Team Banks would go a little bit further in, but sadly, they were not able to do much. And as they do go on out, things are just going to get a little bit more spicier, because it seems as though Team Mackle, they want to go in for an engagement. They know for a fact that one member is holding on down from the other side of the geyser, and this geyser position is just so deadly, because at the same time, all the members are making that push happen. It is gonna be Proj hunting down the members one by one. They might want to make that push, but they're not gonna be able to find anything there. As soon as the Revenant ultimate does come on down, they're gonna get pulled on back almost immediately. Not really able to find a lot of value to say the very least, but at the same time, TSJ, he's still in the form of his ultimate, so he can still use those sonars. He can still try and get a little bit of information for his teams, but it seems as though the opponents, they're like, nah, I'm dipping. We know for a fact it's Team Mackle, and we want nothing to do with this.
Team Mackle, this is gonna make their way out of that specific position. They're gonna be like, we ain't gonna take that fight. Just gonna fall back and try and, you know, just get a lot more control in and around the specific area, because I guess they have pretty much solidified their hold in this area, correct? Like, zone is also gonna be in their favor really soon. And I guess they really don't have to worry about anything whatsoever, apart from, of course, their loot. They're still running at that EVA 8 and the R301, so maybe they are just going to try and keep on looking out for better stuff, so that they have to, you know, not worry about anything in the late zone scenarios as well. For now, though, Team Scout, they're outside of the ring and they need to get back into it as well. Just gonna find a player or two which they spotted out, if I'm not wrong. Fat Monster did use the Bloodhound's ability, and I guess they spotted out using the sonar a couple of players just below the specific buildings. They're just gonna try and, you know, spot them out and get the hell out of the specific area as well. Team Mackle, we're back to them, and look at this, man. Praj is just such a, I don't know. He's just, yeah, he's such a. I don't know if I should say this or not, but he is, how should I put it? I don't know. Anyways, he's such a movement god for sure, but at the same time, there was a specific player that I was about to mention as well. I just forgot the name. But anyways, He's just gonna go ahead and jump in and
My
around the
God.
areas in order to find himself at positions where his enemies might not just expect. Try and just hold on. But look at this, Team Red Galtos gonna try and rush in onto his Team Scout. They thought that Team Scout is just stuck in that specific area, which kind of they were. If there was a thermite or something like that being thrown into that specific area, then maybe Team Scout, they would have lost out a lot of health as well. That wasn't the case in Team Regaltos, as I said. Don't really have the best of the loots out there, so they're not going to be able to do much.
The fact that Harvest does go on down, it's gonna hurt them a lot because not having that bloodhound in your arsenal, especially when you're in such an exposed position, it's gonna hurt you a lot more moving on down forward as well. But what I love is actually Mackle waiting for a little bit more of a fancy play for himself as well, understanding that hey, we need to try and hold down this building. And once again, it feels as though the players they're playing for the high ground, they're playing for as many advantages as they possibly can. It's just gonna be a poke battle going on through from the side of Team Mackle up against the other. We're trying to find out those first initial players. But Team Sway, they're not really giving up a lot of information, especially because you do need to consider not having that Loba on their side basically means that now the loot is a lot more harder to find. You need to try and conserve your ammo. You need to try and take a lot more of your engagement smartly. You can't be as aggressive as you were previously, and not having that third member in your arsenal just hurts a lot more as well. But at the same time, I like the zone play coming on down from the side of Team Scout. They understand that, hey, we need to make a rundown through. We're stuck down inside of the zone, and if we're not able to get these kills, things are going to be already over. But still, Begum, Scout, and Fat Monster, nothing can stop them. Even if you cut them off from coming into the zone, they're going to be the ones to take you down out, and it's just going to be kills going on through left, right, and center. And it's going to be Team Scout getting themselves on the board, and a kill leader does go on through as well. It's going to be Begum putting himself on the map, ladies and gentlemen, and they start map number 1 of day 2 with a bang.
That's right. It looks like that, everyone has just quickly, they've quickly caught on with whatever the other teams and the other streamers tend to do as well. And it feels good to know that, they kind of had a lot of time to just prep themselves up as well for this specific day. Like maybe they're just, woke up and they're like, all right, boys, time to get on to Apex Legends and prepare some counter strats against all of these other teams and other streamers as well. I guess they definitely want to take on the Titans like Mackle and Scout. They're gonna try and do that. Whereas Team Mizo, they're looking comfortable here. Got themselves some purples and talking just randomly talking about the loot as well, right? They look pretty packed. So not really much of an issue going on for Team Mizo. And once again, just like yesterday, they're just having a slow start. Just trying to, get more and more intel, getting more and more real estate in and around the area. Trying to just hunt down these players as well. Trying to play it out safe, because you never know when someone like Praj is just going to jump in on towards you from across the map.
Could go horribly wrong for the side of Team Scout if they're not careful, because now they're literally playing with fire. Being inside of the zone for this long, often even going for rotation, yes, it can work out in their favor, but at the same time, they're gonna be going into the waiting arms of the side of Team Mackle, and I'm really liking this coming out from them. The strategy from their mind is that, hey, we don't need to go in for kills, we need to go in for placements, and of course get the kills at the very end, basically meaning that even if our opponent teams get like over 30 kills, we still are gonna be the one on the top contender, because you do need to remember only Team Scout are closest when it comes down to the standings against the side of Team Mackle, and they need to be very careful of how they take a lot of these engagements, because now moving on down forward, you can see that Team Mafia, they're literally on the other side of the building of the side of Team Mackle. Things could go horribly wrong if both of these teams are not careful, but I'm very sure that Team Mackle, they know for a fact that Team Mafia, they're right on the other side, and they're just holding down the fort, while Team Scout, they're still making their rotation happen from the side of the city, but soon enough, the engagement of these two Titans are going to be going on through.
Team Mackle, they're also going to start fighting as well really soon. We are going to be seeing Team Bloodline trying to get into the fight as well. Scout, and I guess it was Rebel who have to quickly go ahead and get themselves back into the zone. Scout, they are just going to try and play in and around the edge of that ring, if I'm not wrong. And they're just going to, make some late zone scenarios as well in the specific match. That has quite been their strategy as well for now. They just try and just bait out all the other players. They just try and let them fight, be a little bit patient, and then finally make their move as well. But yeah, Team Mako, They definitely need to be careful because there are tons and tons of players in and around that area actually. Everyone is just approaching towards their building as well because the ring is closing towards them. And if they're not going to be careful enough, if there's like one thermite or if there's like one frag rate or something just coming straight inside from the window, it's going to be trouble for them and they're just going to be forced to reposition themselves. And while doing so, it might just be a third party trying to take advantage of that situation and taking down Team Mapple.
I love is the loadout coming on down from the side of Bloodline. The fact that they have so many proper guns in their arsenal basically means that they're the ones who can possibly dictate the pace of a lot of these engagements, but instead, things are just going to be slowing on down. And as we can see on the map, there's not really a lot of teams making their way in just yet. But it seems as though the pushes are going to be going on down through soon enough. The shots are going to be raining on in, and there are 4 teams now down inside of that circle. And Dhruv, he's just playing for the standing. Just look at him. He is on the side of Team Binks, and he's like, nah, I'm not going to take any of these engagements. I'm going to try and survive for as long as I possibly can, but moving on down to the action instead, it is going to be the side of Team Mafia. Sorry, or the side of Team Sway, sorry. Trying to survive for as long as they possibly can, but with the Gibraltar ultimate coming through as well, they need to try and make a run for it. The zone's coming for them. They need to jump one down soon enough, but at the same time, Team Bloodline, they're going to be walking into a bloodbath. Both of these towers are going to be taken on over by the opposition team. But they're actually going to be able to survive. This was not actually occupied.
Yeah, so this specific tower, right, was kind of just left out right there, whereas Team Mackle is on the other side of the tower. So I guess, yeah, we are going to be seeing that specific fight happening really, really soon. Another 9 squads left, and the zone is rapidly closing in. The 4th zone is gonna start closing in about a minute and 20 seconds. So yeah, Team Mizo, they definitely need to be careful right now. They're playing at the edge, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, they're just gonna try and get some more vantage so that they can figure out where exactly the rest of the teams and the players are. For now though, they still don't have much of the information out there. Team Scout, they're just constantly on the move. As I said, right, these players from the side of Team Scout, they never really had any issue when it came down to being constantly on the move as well. It's gonna be Fat Mouse to just use the ultimate. It's gonna be so the hunt coming in, and I guess he has figured out where exactly some of the players are. So let's try and get on top of the silos. And interestingly, he has already started opening fire. Fat Monster, this guy is feeling adventurous, and there comes the sonar as well. So the hostiles are going to be detected, so that I guess is an entire team. I guess it's Team Sway who were in and around this area.
In a way, I feel as though that was the people inside of the building, so that just could be Team Bloodline holding on down on the other side. But at the same time, fire has been opened from the side of Team Mako, basically meaning that, hey, now Team Scout's position has already been found out, and when you consider the positioning coming out from them, they're not that much in a favorable position. But at the same time, Team Mako, they've actually made their way down to much more of an advantageous spot. They're holding it down from the high ground, basically meaning that all members of the side of Team Scout, they need to be the ones to make this push happen. But at the same time, Assassin, still 9 squads remaining, basically meaning that this is a far cry from what happened down in map number 1 of day 1. Because we saw a lot of the teams taking a lot of scrappy engagements. They were forced down into multiple different gunfights, but now it feels as though they're playing it slow, they're playing it smart. And they're not taking a single engagement that could be wrong in their favor. But at the same time, Rebel, he just spotted out 8 players and he's like, bro, there are 8 people here. Why are there 8 teams here in this one singular circle? This is just gonna be a bloodbath, Assassin, and I'm not ready for this. How are you gonna try and commentate this is the real question.
So the thing is that Team Scout, right, you look at their positioning and the way they're playing this specific angle that they've already taken. It's a really good real estate to have, by the way. Whereas most of the other teams, they're just trying to take the towers and they're just trying to take some of the silos as cover as well. Team Rebel, if you did notice, right, they're out there in the open. And Team Rebel, with just one push coming in with the EVA 8s or any sorts of shotguns whatsoever, they're just gonna get taken down without any questions asked whatsoever. There's going to be Team Mafia right now to just struggle inside of this specific building of theirs. The opposite building is Team Mackle, if I'm not wrong. So definitely is going to be a bloodbath, as you did mention. Team Bloodline on the 3rd towers here. And I guess everyone is just going to start panicking once this 5th zone starts closing in. After this is going to be that final zone, I guess, after the 5th one. So yeah, 45 seconds, and all the bloodhounds in the area, they're just constantly, pinging all of the enemies. They're like, okay, hold on a second, where exactly are they? Where exactly are the players? Can you just give me some intel? Because right now I'm just panicking with a capital K. There's absolutely no idea what's going on. And Team Rebel, Again, Rebel is just trying to struggle to get on top of the silo here.
It feels as though it's like a game of Monopoly. Everyone's just fighting inside a building. They some at one point need to pay rent, and it's gonna be the side of Team Mafia paying rent at the very beginning stages of their engagement. They needed to leave the building, and the landlord is like, "I'm gonna kick you out of here. You're not paying rent at this stage." And now it's just gonna be Sneeze trying to hold down the fort for his own team. All of his other members have died on out, and things are just gonna get a lot more harder moving on down forward. But at the same time, Team Scout, they're actually gonna be able to get a building for themselves and get themselves in a proper position to take a lot of this engagement. But in the with the Craver in the hand of Begum, he can easily go in for a play for himself as well. Peeking out left, peeking out right, trying to see if he can get this first initial engagement before he opens the door. Very smart play coming out from him, using the glass windows from the side of the door to get his first initial fight. He's trying to peek on out, spots out one player, wants to go in for that shot, and a beautiful shot goes on top of the Revenant. 145 health has now been puffed off his entire shoulders, but at the same time, Steve still alive and he's still kicking, but he is gonna get sandwiched, and there is no way that he can survive for long. He's gonna be Proj, being able to get that kill down on the Sneeze with the help of Fat Monster on the side. And with that, Team Scout, they're in a very strong position, and Team Mackle, they're just holding the W keys. They want to go only thing that they need. They also need kills to make sure they have that lead against the side of Team Scout. And we started on 9 teams and already gonna be going on down to 5. With the zone coming on down in 50 seconds, Assassin, things are just gonna get even more heated soon enough.
Man, I absolutely loved how Team Mackle used their Revenant ult and the way they just made that push as well onto the squad to just wipe them out, right? That was such a smart move coming in from Team Mackle, and I absolutely adore them for this specific play that they made as well. And lovely, man. Absolutely crazy. Like, nobody would have expected that to come in. And you know what else? Team Scout, they're just saving all the ultimates as well. You'd see right there the Beast of the Hunt getting ready as well from the side of Team Scout, and I guess they're just gonna wait it out. They're gonna wait it out for the very end, where all they have to do is just put on that Beast of the Hunt in action, and they can just run around and get that final frag as well. That's right, rescue. But to be honest, Team Mizo right now, they're also just trying to just survive. Survival is the name of the game for them. They know for a fact that if they go ahead and take on the fights amongst players and teams who have already found themselves at a better position than them, there's going to be trouble. And look at that Team Scout, they're just going to be making that push. You're going to be seeing the jump action, and it is going to be the kicks out of the doors, and it looks like that Team Mizo are going to be in trouble. It is going to be Vehicle to just pull out that LMG as well, and Bolt and Eva 8 combo coming out from Scout. He's just trying to get something done. Tons and tons of grenades coming left, right, and center at the same time. The Beast of the Hunt has been activated by Fat Monster. He knows the location of all of these players around this specific tower, and the push being made by Team Scout, it actually is going to give them a lot of advantage. They not only have the vantage point, but at the same time, they are going to have the numbers advantage as well at this point. Scout trying to take that fight with the Eva 8. He knows where exactly the Jimmy is, and the Jimmy is going to be going down. That is going to be Vegas and Scout together, passing on towards two of the players, and it looks like the Team Scout, they might just wipe out that specific team as well. And with that, we have got 3 squads left now. Team Mackle try to fight it out as well at the same time towards the other building. So all in all, it once again comes down to Team Scout and Mackle aggressive.
It's just gonna be these two teams every single time, but at the same time, the zone is just not gonna be in their favor whatsoever. Proj comes in from the sidelines to shut down the last player surviving from the side of Team Scout, and with that, Team Mackle, they take their throne once again. They're gonna be able to go on top once more and show exactly what they can do in day number 2. This time on Team Scout, they're gonna be the ones in the unfortunate position. They were not the ones dictating the pace of a lot of their engagements, and this is one of the main flaws that we saw happen in map number 5 of yesterday as well. It was the side of Team Mackle making that first initial engagement, and it was the side of Team Scout going in for that retaliation as soon as they were fighting that other squad. Because you do need to remember, after you're done fighting a lot of the other squads, you're not really going to have a lot of bullets in your chamber. Yeah. You're not really going to have a lot of shields. And for the side of Team Mackle, they were able to just capitalize and be like, hey, you guys take the fight. We're just going to come up for cleanup duty as a third party. And that was a very smart play coming out for them. Because when you're at the very last point of the circle, whichever team gets the most impatient is always going to be the one to lose out in their engagements. And let's head over down to the highlights so you can take over from here, Assassin. In my eyes, it was a massive play coming on down from the side of Team Mackle, but who were your standouts?
Well, yeah, see, Team Mackle, they pulled off a team scout from the final match yesterday, correct?
Yeah, that's
Like
true.
Team Mackle, they just waited it out. They did not aggress. Whereas Team Scout today, they were just feeling a little bit too adventurous, where they just made that incredible push with the jump pads. Now that might just be the move that sort of costed them that specific match, but I don't really mind. Like they did what they felt best, and it kind of was a very, very good move if they had a little bit more patience. Like if they could have just waited it out a little bit more instead of just making that push at that exact same time, could have resulted into them, just emerging victorious as well. But amazing play coming out from Team Scout and the rest of the teams as well. This time around, though, I saw a lot of changes coming out from all of these teams and all of these players as well in general. And you would see early engagements, yes, but at the same time, a lot of them felt like they were pretty much warmed up, they were ready, they knew what to expect, they knew what to do in certain situations, and certain pushes that they made as well were very, very calculated. So all in all, a very satisfying result for absolutely everyone, of course, except for the teams and the players who did not get to do quite a lot in that specific match, because yeah, we had those moments as well. I mean, Team Regaltos, they tried absolutely everything they could, but once again, the unfortunate moment for them was that Team Scout, they sort of did go ahead and push them down. And yeah, it's just these titans like Team Scout, Team Mackle to just go ahead and push you down at the very beginning and just take over that place as well. But congratulations, Team Mackle, once again for getting that victory in that specific match. That might just shoot them up in terms of the overall points as well. We're just going to be waiting out to see who exactly is going to be placed where in the standings table as well. But what are your expectations, Aggressive, moving on towards match number 2? Because match number 1, it looked like that a lot of teams, they adapted and they evolved themselves as well. Are we going to be seeing a lot more, utility-based play coming out from these teams and these streamers in match number 2 or not?
I'm really hoping that a lot of the other teams start picking up this Revenant and Octane strategy, because
Yeah.
primarily this strategy is just so deadly. And for the side of Team Mackle, they just showcase why it is so deadly. Because you need to remember something. You use that Revenant ultimate, you go in for a push. Doesn't matter if you get the kill or not. If you get the kill, woohoo, you're able to get a couple of kills and you're able to take down another squad. But if you're not able to get the kill, nothing really happened. You can still go back to your original position and you can still be safe. Of course, if someone comes in for a backstab and then you get killed, then yeah, don't quote me on that. I didn't say anything there. But yeah, the composition that the side of Team Mackle have is just so potent and just so powerful. If you want to go up against this, once again, I'm moving back to the Watson play style. If you want to try and fight for a certain building, place a Gibby, place a Watson, and just play with that, because then you can circumvent any grenades that could be coming on through. Because of course the Watson ultimate just denies every single grenade, or you can pick up a crypto, try something a little bit more different to bring that little bit of an oomph to a lot of the strategies. The streamers, yes, they have a lot of raw mechanical
Aggressive.
talent. Every single one of
I kind of, I kind of quickly got reminded of the old man sitting on the chair and, that meme template. Once again, I'm asking you that kind of moment right there when you said, once again, I'm asking them to bring out the Watson.
my god,
Yeah,
okay.
that was very, very funny to be sure.
Moving on back to the standings though for map number 6. After the meme template getting put on my head as well from the side of Assassin, we can see the Team Mackle, they're on 12 points, 11 kills, and 23 total points. That's gonna be massive. But at the same time, look at this Assassin. Team Mizo, they're actually gonna be the ones going on down to 17 points. So they're at second place here. Team Scout, they're not gonna be the ones to take that second place. Still gonna be 1 point off. This is massive, Assassin, because Team Mizo being able to survive for this long, that's going to be big for them.
That's right. And yeah, we can bring that old man sitting in the chair once again, right? Once again, I asked Team Mackle to
Yes.
please stop this specific decimation on the server. But jokes aside, Team Mizo, they did pretty good in my opinion. Like, sitting up right there towards the second spot. They did not engage themselves in a lot of fight, and they just got themselves that placement point along with the kills as well. So all in all, good stuff coming in from Team Mizo, and this is exactly what I was talking about in the pre-match analysis as well, right? Like teams like Team Mizo yesterday had some unfortunate moments, but like at the same time, we know what they're capable of and what their players are capable of as well. So today we are going to be seeing them, putting themselves up on the board as well, fighting it out amongst the rest. Team Bloodline, throughout yesterday, they kind of were having, a bad day. Like they were always placing from rank 10 to rank 16 in between that. Then today, for map number 6, we are going to be seeing them straight up in towards the fourth spot with 7 placement points, 6 kills, and a total of 13 total points as well. So all in all, good stuff coming out from all of these streamers. I still really want to see, teams like Regaltos, Akshu, Sherlock, Fatu, Bings to all just pull themselves up once again. Because, yeah, yesterday as well, we did see them not having the best of the time. But today, things are kind of different for a lot of teams out there. So, fingers crossed for these teams: Bings, Fatu, Regaltos, Akshu, Sherlock, Mercy. I want to see all of them coming out in the top 10 as well, and give out a tough competition to the likes of Mako, to the likes of Mako, Mizo, Scout, Bloodline, and Rebel. But that was pretty much it for map number 6 standings. We are going to be getting the overall standings really, really soon. So don't you guys worry about that. Once we got that ready, we'll be pulling it up straight in front of your screen so that you guys can compare as to how exactly these teams fare against each other after map number 6 and the addition of yesterday's final standings as well. So everything is going to be added up and is going to be brought in front of your screens as well. By the way, guys, before we jump on towards map number 7, I want you guys to go ahead and check out our sponsors, AMD Ryzen Radeon and Chroma, for making the AMD Ryzen Radeon Apex Legends Streamer Invitational powered by Chroma possible. Without them, you guys wouldn't be seeing all of this in front of your screens. So please go ahead and check out the gaming notebooks powered by AMD Ryzen Radeon using the links down in the description below. And also just by visiting any of the Chroma stores nearby to check and avail the offer. So there you have it, the current standings up until now. Team Mackle sitting at the first spot, 2 wins, 45 placement points, 68 kills, a total of 113 points. Man, look at Team Scout. They're gonna be like one more. If we had one more, we would have hit a century. We would have hit like 100. And they would have been very, very happy with that as well. But I guess like Team Scout, right now they're just gonna be aiming for a victory straight away, right? They're gonna be like, we want a victory. A match victory is entirely what we need to just try and overthrow Team Mackle. But Team Mackle, not to forget, again, amazing players. They're going to bring in a lot of kills on the board despite them, not going to be able to put up the win. They are still going to put up the kills and they're still going to be at the top as well. So that sort of rivalry is definitely going to be there. But more than that, over towards the other side of the table, right, where we're seeing teams struggle as well. Maybe Zaref, Sherlock, Binks, and Akshu. They all need to get themselves onto double digits, especially Binks and Akshu. They're struggling, and today I guess they're also going to be feeling quite off with that start in map number 6. Let's hope that they are going to reset their minds and move on towards map number 7 with a fresh mindset, and they're going to be able to bring in a lot of action on the screens as well. What are your expectations for map number 7, Aggressive?
A little bit more of an emphasis down on map number 6 before we do move on down to map number 7. What's the side of Team Kyle? They died out at the very beginning. They were on that 4th position. They were on the 3rd position, sorry. And the fact that they got kicked out from that just because they were the ones to die out early basically means that now they're going to be on the 5th position with a lot of the other teams finally being able to catch up to them. And now with Team Rebel and Team Mafia taking the 3rd and 4th spot, the competition is just going to get even more heated moving on down forward. And at this stage, Assassin, unless the side of Team Rebel, Mafia, and Kyle are able to snatch a win away from the side of Team Mackle and Team Scout and kill them off early, all of the other teams, they're going to be in for a world of hurt. So I'm really hoping that in map number 7, I don't really want to say this, but at the same time, I'm really hoping some of the teams start targeting these particular other teams. For example, Team Mackle and Team Scout, to try and shut them down as early as possible, because as soon as they go on down, it's going to open up the point field for pretty much everyone. It's going to allow them a chance to properly catch up to the Titans that are holding the number 1 and number 2 spot. Because if the side of Team Mackle and Team Scout are allowed to get away with everything once again in map number 7, all the other streamer teams, they're going to have a pretty rough time trying to go in for the number 1 and number 2 spot.
Yeah, like to be honest, when we look at ranks 10 to 16, right? All of these teams, especially, let's just completely forget about 10. Let's just start from 9 to 16. all of these teams, Fatu, Regalters, Bloodline, Mini, Zaref, Sherlock, Binks, Akshu, these guys are these guys are sort of struggling in the aim duel. So what I would like to see is them trying to focus more on the utilities. Maybe that might help them out. Maybe just try and target the other legends directly and try and counter them as well in a way where the behemoths, the titans, are not going to be able to do much in terms of getting all of these kills on the board as well. So something like that, like direct targets, might be something that these guys tend to do as well. Because for now, though, the aim duels aren't looking that promising. We are all set and ready to dive into map number 7 now, guys. So let's do that. Aggressive. What do you think is going to be happening right away in map number 7? Any predictions?
I like the fact that Scout immediately just went for the bunker and he's like, yes, free loot, I want this loot. He just made an immediate run for it. Picked up a lot of guns for himself, and with that first initial loot advantage already going in the favor of the side of Team Scout, because you can already see Scout, he got himself a purple shield and he's ready and he's gunning for a lot of team engagement, because this is going to be a massive confidence boost for them. With such a strong drop right at the very beginning, they're the ones having that advantage. And at the same time, Mako, he also have the gods in his favor. He's going to be able to pick himself up a purple. They're ready for these fights, but I don't think so anyone landed here other than one other team. And the real question is, will the side of Team Mako opt to go in for that play, or will they be playing it a lot more slow and a lot more systematically, knowing that, hey, we're the ones at the advantage, and if we just play for the placings and not for the kills, we can easily hold this #1 spot.
They've got themselves good positioning, that's for sure. I mean, they've got themselves some loot as well. The Wingmans, they've got the Spitfires, and I guess, we are going to be seeing Team Mackle already starting a fight here. They're going to spot out a team here. They're going to spot out a squad. Who exactly is that? Let's try and get some information as well. It looks like that Raj. He's going to want to try and get the frag onto his Pixels, and I guess it is going to be Pixels to just bleed out without any sorts of help whatsoever. Whereas the rest of the squad are just going to try and run away and stay alive. But no, never mind. It is going to be Prats to just pull out the Wingman, try and get this specific kill on the board. The stem is going to be thrown away, and it is going to be Mackle to try and help him out. So the game of the Pixels, they both die out. And who exactly is the final player from that specific team?
Now at this stage, there's not much that the side of Team Millie, I believe, can do this time around to try and circumvent a lot of that pressure. Very rough start once again down onto map number 7 as well. And that's going to hurt quite a lot moving on down forward. But still, things are going to be going on down. But look at the kill feed. Bloodline and its team. They were going ham, but at the same time, it's going to be the side of the other end being able to survive instead. Team Banks are going to be able to get themselves stabilized very heavily when it comes down to their side. And then being able to get those first initial kills are just going to be so massive. But at the same time, looking at the kill feed, once again, Team Rebel, they're already going on down, and that's just going to be a massive dead instead. It's going to be, YT being able to take down definitely a move as well, and that's just going to hurt even more. And with that, a lot of the teams are dying out on the other side of the map pretty much, and at this stage, with only 13 squads left on the map, it feels as though this is a massive change of pace coming on down from the side of map number 1. A lot of the teams are taking a lot more of these direct engagements to go in for a lot of these proper fights. Things could work out in their favor, or things could go horribly wrong if they're not careful, because aggression is fine, but over-aggression could kill you in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, they need to be very careful when they're making these crucial pushes as well, because it might just put them in a spot where they're not going to be able to do much or maneuver around that freely. Sometimes you just get stuck in positions where you don't expect to be, and you just spot out 2 of the teams just coming straight over towards you as well. You just get sandwiched. There's absolutely no escape whatsoever. So you got to be very, very careful when you're trying to make these jump pad positions as well. But I guess Team Mackle, they only do so when they have all the information, and that is something that is very, very efficient coming out from the side of Team Mackle as well. Ooh, it looks like that Team Mafia. Someone is feeling aggressive, and that is going to be Sneeze. Once again, Sneeze is just going to try and rush it on towards this specific team. Sneeze, he has been doing this since yesterday, by the way. Once again, when he gets information, he just tries and sneak in over towards the players, and then finally just makes that final push where he is, just finding himself in a position where he can easily find himself that kill using the shotgun or some SMGs or something like that as well. Axe back, spotting out an enemy right now, and I guess PSG Apex is gonna go ahead and bombard Akshu down. What the hell is happening? Everyone's just everyone is just using up their utilities as well. And when I said the teams have to sort of focus on their utilities, I did not mean this, by the way, guys. You don't have to go ahead and delete everyone like that.
So the hunt of bodies at this stage, and Mafia, they're in a pretty tough spot. Their positioning has already been revealed, and it's only just Mafia being a last member alive. And if they just hold on down strong and just keep the positions in their favor, I'm pretty sure that Mafia, he's not going to be able to pick up those banners and take it back to the respawn point. But at the same time, he could just do it, trying to be a little bit sneaky to down to their side. But at the same time, look at the positioning coming on down from the side of Team Scout. They're just still looting on up. They're trying to take a lot of the engagements very slow, very systematic, not over aggressing as much as they should. And they understand that, hey, you don't need to do much. You can just chill, do whatever. But at the same time, Pile Gaming, they know for a fact that Mafia, he's still alive. But at the same time, Mafia's like, nah, I'm going to play for standings. I know, guys, I'm really sorry. I'm not going to pick up your banners. I'm going to walk away, go to the other side of the map and be like, I'm just chilling. Don't worry about it.
So everything just slows down for a second as all of these teams are just trying to find their way in and around the ring. I'm gonna be seeing a couple of them trying to just make their way in already. Scout, he's already found himself closer towards the Geezer, and if they're approaching the Geezers, they might just go ahead and spot out the players from the side of Hypernova. So yeah, we're going to be seeing that battle emerge really soon. Mackle is coming in that exact same spot, so the Geezer might just definitely stand true to its name, and it might just turn hot really soon, because all of these players will just go ahead and they're just going to start fighting as soon as they spot each other out. I don't even think so anyone's gonna flinch a bit. So we press to throw in that Arcstar. Maybe that Arcstar might just hit somebody. I guess Brad spotted out a player or two in that specific building. So not really sure based on what specific information did he throw in that Arcstar. Maybe just spotted out an enemy. Maybe it was just him trying to be a little bit more careful. Like we do tend to do this, right? We sort of, while clearing, yeah, while we try and clear out the angles, we do these pre-fires and whatnot. So just a preemptive Arcstar towards that specific side. But yeah, Proj is just, yeah, here comes the push indeed. And it's going to be Team Mako to just try and go ahead and take down Proj. It is going to be Team Mako to moving over towards the other side. And looks like that they're going to be successful in doing so as well. It's going to quickly make their way out. And Team Mako move inside of that building and maybe just climb the stairs, get themselves on towards a good vantage point so they can scout out the area as well.
The thing that I love about this in particular was the move coming on down and the decision from the side of Team Mackle to be like, hey, we don't need to take this fight. We have an octane jump pad. Let's just go on down to the other side of the map because we are in a very unadvantageous position if we try and stay for that fight. Because if we try and fight that, if we try and fight for that building, it's already over. And because it's not inside of the zone, they're gonna be the ones who need to push into us. And already you can see that being the case. If it's gonna be the side of Team Scout being able to spot other players rotating from the inside of the zone, and already they're going to be able to get those first initial kill. It's going to be the side of Team Zera just going on down because of the ring not being in their favor. And it's going to be the side of Team Scout being able to capitalize on that level of confusion, catching them out on the rotation and getting the kill down onto them. But at the same time, these two teams are just playing so smartly, Assassin. The fact that the side of Team Scout and Team Mackle are able to control the entire map and also go in for a lot of these proper engagements just goes to show how much they have put into the game of Apex and how many hours they have actually put in to master the craft that they're doing here.
We have a bit of a fight going towards the southwest side of the map, by the way. Team Fatu have engaged themselves in a fight of their own, and we are going to be seeing Team Scout spotting out a specific squad as well. So that is going to be Fat Monster too. So just go ahead and activate the Beast of the Hunt, and he's going to spot out two hostiles. He knows where exactly these players are, where exactly they're hiding as well. So he's going to relay the information to the team as well. And with that information, they're just gonna choose to walk away from that fight, and that is a wise decision in my opinion. I guess they thought that they don't really have much to do so in that specific position, so they're just gonna try and position themselves better for their future fights as well that they're about to take in the late zone scenarios.
Team Scout, when it comes down to a lot of their guns, though, they're not going to be as happy. Primarily because their guns don't really have a lot of utility, a lot of ammo, and they to try and worry about that. They cannot be very overzealous when it comes down to it. But at the same time, Team Fatu, instead, they're going to be the ones taking a lot of their own engagements. Opting going for a couple of shots, jumping on down. It's going to be the side of Arzimo, trying to go in for a couple plays, pulls out a Peacekeeper. He wants to go in for that shot, but the rain is literally just running down towards the other side of the map. But Yami, he has nowhere to run and he has nowhere to hide. Fatu, they have his phone number in the air, just calling him up over and over again, being like, boy, you're not running anywhere. We're going to be taking you home no matter what. And it's just going to be another bullet going in the face of teams, going into the side of Zami. It's just going to be another squad vibe going on through Fatu. They're in a very good position. They're going to be able to stabilize themselves quite heavily. But at the same time, Assassin, this map is going down so quickly. It's already 8 squads, and this is not even the 4th zone.
Exactly why I said, right? All of these teams are just going to try and focus a lot more on maybe the utility usage, or maybe they're just going to go ahead and take the fights head on right off the bat. That's exactly what they're doing. Just trying to set the pace, the momentum into their favor at the start of the match. So thinking that maybe it might just help us out as well. But at the same time, it's just everyone thinking the same. Everyone's just taking the fights, and it's the fortunate ones with a good amount of resources and a good amount of loot to go ahead and win out these fights. To be honest, Karzemo, right? Him making that push with the Peacekeeper sort of gave me a panic attack as well. But then there was his team to just help him out in that specific spot. And there was just one player left out, I guess, in that specific area. So it wasn't that bad for Karzemo and gang to go ahead and get that kill as well. So Fat Monster Scout, they're all towards the middle of that specific ring, as you guys can see. Pile Gaming and team, they're also trying to just stay alive. Whereas Sway, how the hell did they not spot Team Mackle yet? Or are they already running away from them? Oh, someone got spotted. Someone got spotted from the side of Team Sway, and I guess Mackle gonna start firing as well really soon.
Now he's wanting to go in for a couple of shots, but he's not going to be able to do much with that flatline. Just spot them out, but he was holding such a very cheeky angle to try and go in for a couple of those plays. A very headshot angle. It's going to be really difficult to try and get him off that position if he wants to stay there. But at the same time, looking at the map, a lot of the teams are in a very, very tough spot. But instead, it's going to be Buzzworld going in for a couple of shots for himself. Wins out on the cold battle just a tiny little bit, but not too much, because at this stage, it's all about wasting resources. The more resources you are able to waste, the better it is for you as a team moving on down forward as well. That seems the Buzzworld, he has a little bit of OCD, trying to get that last tiny little bit of shield up with just one battery cell. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that assassin.
Yeah, things are gonna be taking a little bit of a turn, especially for the side of Team Scout. They finally got themselves the information that they need from the side of Fat Monster. But now it's gonna be down to how exactly they're gonna be capitalizing on top of that information as well. It's gonna be them to just straight away go ahead and take that fight as well. And oh, Fat Monster, what the hell are you doing with that alright, right, buddy? Oh, it's gonna be the Thermites to come in as well. And it is gonna be someone from the side of Team Scout to take a hell lot of damage. It might just be Fat Monster, because he took that to the face. Fat Monster suggests a location for the entirety of Team Scout to just be in. So they're just gonna all together try and camp in and around this specific spot. Wait these players out. Or on top of the building as well. It's going to be that jump pad. This is going to be used in order to get the hell out of that position and just find themselves at a better vantage point to try and take that fight.
Would expecting them to go on down to the respawn station outside of the zone and just pick up Scout as fast as they possibly can, because not having the rate in their arsenal just makes their aggressive plays a lot more difficult to do. But at the same time, we need to consider what the other side of Team Mackle are doing this time around. It's going to be Proj being able to take down one initial squad for himself as well with the help of his teammates. But now with the poke battle going on for the of Proj, he wants to go in for a massive flag, and just look at the damage, look at the shots, and look at the crispy, clean kills going on through. It's going to be a fast rotation coming on down from the side of Team Mackle. They're trying to make their way down, but with an immediate teleport coming on down because of the Radeon ultimate, side of the attackers, they're not going to be able to get a lot of value out of it. Now, all of the members of the side of Team Mackle, they have been forced off their advantageous high ground, and that's going to hurt down in the long run as well. But all the members of the side of Team Mackle, they're going to be able to loot themselves back up because of the loot boxes being placed just in front of them. And with that, things are just going to stabilize and slow down once again, Assassin. And Proj, he's still that kill leader, and he has a massive bounty. So.
I guess it does look like that. But now, though, it is going to be Team Mackle to try and find themselves at the top of the cliff right there. Sway already have got themselves on top of this, top of this specific cliff. Team Sherlock, on the other hand, trying to take that fight against Team
that tracking.
Sway. And yeah, that tracking, that it definitely is going to give them a lot of information. Sherlock, on the other hand, goes down. She's just going to bleed out if not given the perfect amount of revive at the time. But I guess there's not a lot of time left for her. She's just going to bleed out. And her banner might just be recovered in order to go in for that revive as well. But I guess it's just too late to go in for that revive as well. Is there any station nearby?
There is no station when you consider this map at all. Like, we are at the center of the zone. It's in a very unfavorable position. One of the stations that were there already has been used, I believe, to pick up Scout, if I recall correctly. So there are no stations at this stage. It's just one member trying to hold down the fort for the entirety of the side of Team Sherlock, playing for placements at this stage. We're trying to bring themselves up on the board as much as they possibly can. And with this push now going on through, it's going to be a side of Team Binks actually being able to survive, because you do need to remember that first initial engagement that we saw against the side of Team Scout, it was actually Team Binks. And the fact that they are able to make it down to the last 6 spot just goes to show that they've made a lot of improvements. They changed up their game plan, and they're able to take the engagements that they want to. They have the upper hand here, but at the same time, God up, get a Gaio up, he's gonna have a pretty rough time trying to go in for a lot of engagements, because now he has the entire team's weight on his shoulder to try and bring back a win or a possible second place for their side.
Interesting, and you see what from the side of Team Binks are trying to do as well, right? They're just trying to stay alive. They're just so close, hugging the ring as well, and it's not really gonna help them out that much, because apparently there are teams just lurking around them as well. So as soon as they're gonna get spotted by these bloodhounds, we might just see all of them just trying to take them down and just make use of that disadvantageous position that Team Binks are in as well. Pile Gaming, especially Xbox, looking for some blood, and he has spotted out that player already. That player just going to try and run away, but there is the ring right there, so he actually can't run anyway. He's just stuck right there between rock and a hard place, and it's actually that specific situation right here. A rock and a hard place.
Yep. God, he had nowhere to run, he had nowhere to hide. He just go into the waiting arms of the Bloodhounds crosshair to just get taken on out there. And that's gonna hurt a little bit for the side of Team Sherlock, but at the same time, no harm, no foul. They're able to get those placement points and also put themselves on the board a little bit more as well. Maybe go up a couple of standings at the bare minimum, so they still have a chance on that massive prize pool that we have set up for them. But for now, let's just see what we can expect coming on down instead from a lot of the players. Now, because with only 3 spots left, we know for a fact this is going to be a fight between the side of Team Mackle, Team Scout, and of course, one more this time.
So, as we approach on towards the 5th ring, right? It's like that things are gonna get so heated inside of the specific area where all of these players is gonna try and use the ramp, most probably. The ramp and the building for sure. Inside of the building is Team Mackle. Team Mackle, once again, is just waiting it out, correct? Just like the last time, this is going to wait for all of these other teams to fight against each other, and then later on, once it comes down to that one-on-one situation, they might just pop out and they might just take it away. Or maybe the ring might just eat out all of these other teams and players as well. You never know. Those stunts are going to be detected from the side of Team Scout, by the way. It is going to be Fat Monster to be using up that specific ability coming out from the Bloodhound. And that specific ability is going to be spotting out 2 of the hostiles in the area, so to try and be on the lookout for them. The zipline can be used, and I guess Team Scout, once again, if they become impatient, they're just going to take the zipline and they're just going to make that push. If they make that push, then it's going to be a bit of a trouble for them as well. Or maybe it might just be the move that gets them the specific match. They have spotted out a player using the Kraber, so I guess Begum will try and take that shot with the Kraber as well. To be able to find anything though is going to be the question, because right now, like Northern Breeze is going to be the one who got spotted, and look at this. Xbox on the other hand is like, can you drop me some armor? Can you drop me some armor? Hello? I just got hit.
At this stage, I think that they wanted to give Northern Breeze the red shield because he's on the Octane and he wants to have that level of HP to go in for that push. Because I'm pretty sure that their entire team, they're sizing up the push to go up against the side of Team Backle, and this is what
I
I'm
guess,
really
yeah.
hoping to see. Because now at this stage, Assassin, you can already see all the members, they know exactly where they are, and the pushes are just about to start. The shots are going to be radiant left, the shots are going to be radiant live, but Scout gets caught out just a tiny little bit. He needs to drop one down, and with the positional advantage in the favor of the side of their opponents instead, it's going to be the side of Team Mackle pulling on down from the top side of high ground. And at this point, it's going to be the choice being made from the side of Team Scout. They need to make a slow and hard climb back up because they don't really have a lot to work with. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they need to run. They have nowhere to go. Where do they go? They're sucked out there. Assassin.
As I said, right? When you don't really have the vantage point, right? Sometimes you're just gonna make these gamble plays, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it
Oh my God,
doesn't.
they
For
cancel
Team
it.
Scout, it hasn't yet. All they can do is, I guess, just pray to God that
The
nothing
zone isn't there.
really, yeah, nothing really comes close to them, especially the zone, and the
Oh
players, of
no.
course. Yeah, it just looks like it's over for them, man. Right now,
Yep.
you see this. If they're gonna be fortunate enough, the zone is not gonna close in on them. If it does, then well, unfortunate for them for sure. But right now, it is gonna be Team Pile Gaming to try and take on the Titans. And it's gonna be Team Mackle, and it looks like that Team Pile Gaming are gonna struggle a little bit. They have got that Revenant ult, on top of
Oh,
which they
didn't
are
work.
making this push. They're making this specific push, and I guess it might just work out for them.
Which really didn't work out. All of their ultimates, the ultimate coming on down from the Revenant was popped almost immediately. It felt as though their push worked out, but at the same time, the aim and the raw potential coming on down from the side of Team Mackle just gave them that entire win, and they're going to be able to stabilize themselves and go in for those shots properly as well. And the entirety of the side of Pile Gaming, they're in a very tough spot, and Pile herself does go on down as well, and that's going to hurt quite a lot. The shots are going to be going on in, and Frost, he's just threading those needles beautifully. He's just poking down Pile slowly but surely, making sure that he is going to be able to take her down. Termites to go on through it. On the left, it's going to be the Bloodhound holding down the fort, and a beautiful skill ability coming on down from the side of the Revenant. And Mackle, he's going to be able to shut down the entirety of the Bloodhound. He's not going to be able to use his sonars anymore. It's all of the sonars being used from the side of Team Scout, and the push needs to happen. And this time around, it's going to be the side of Team Scout being on the perfect advantage. The zone is in their favor. The shots are going to be going on in. The shots are going to be going left. The shots are going to be going on right. And it's going to be Broad with those 2 kills going on through. He's going to be able to shut everyone down. The shots are going to be raining on in. And with that, it is gonna be Team Scout in a world of hurt. They have nowhere to go, and they're gonna be the ones to go on down. Scout's team has been taken on out, ladies and gentlemen. And Team Mackle, they're looking for another win. Down in the depths of hell is the last member of the side of Pile Gaming. Shots are gonna be going on in, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and it's gonna be Team Mackle being your Apex Predators, being able to take down Pile Gaming. And with that, that's gonna be win number 2 in their favor. And after losing out on so many games on day 1, they're like, hey, we're gonna make our stand here. We're gonna be the next team to go get the first 3 consecutive wins in our favor. And this is map number 2, just Assassin. And the fact that they're able to show such a massive improvement down from day 1 just goes to show that Team Mackle, they mean business, and they're gonna make the point gap even larger.
That's for sure, man. That is absolutely nothing that anybody can just take away from the Saturday Mako. Like what a beautiful play coming out from them as well to just go ahead and take match number 2 for the day into their hands as well. 2 match victories in a row now, and I guess they're pretty much set for the day as well, right? Like I don't even think so that anyone can just go ahead and dethrone them at this point. And Team Mako, once again, perfect calls came in from their side. And is this a decision making coming out from the side of Team Mako to get themselves that victory as well? And a little bit of a mess up coming out from the side of Team Scout to just reposition themselves in that specific area. When they just used the zipline for the very first time, they could have just confidently moved in. But I understand their specific struggle as well in order to do so, because while they were trying to make that zipline inside of that specific area, Team Pile Gaming and Team Mackle both were putting pressure at the exact same time. So Team Scout, they had to just let go of the zipline and just make their way down to the very end of that specific cliff. But unfortunately, Team Scout, because of the positional disadvantage, they were not able to do much. Whereas Team Mackle, they had all the real estate in the world to just win out that specific match, and they earned it, by the way. And that is something that stands out for Team Mackle. Team Pile Gaming, I am not really sure why such a disjointed attack coming out from their side. Like, they did a very good job by just staying on top of the ramps right there, but in the very end, it was a panic moment for Pile Gaming, and everyone just started running in and around when the zone started shrinking in. We're gonna be seeing that in the highlights, by the way. Let's just quickly jump straight into the highlights and see what exactly happened in that specific match. Aggressive, you want to start over?
Considering what happened in the very beginning stages, there was a lot of strategy engagements right at the very beginning, and this was really clean as well. All of the teams were able to warm up their aim. They were able to understand and expect what would happen down in the following matchups as well. But honestly speaking, you have to consider the potency coming on down from the side of the other teams as well. This time around, we see a lot of the other teams come up massive. For example, Pile Gaming came on through, Team Mizo came on through, and of course, Team Binks. The people who were having such a rough time at the very beginning, they were able to get themselves down and crack the top 10 squads, and some are even able to crack the top 5. Basically meaning that now their standings are just going to be a lot more higher. But at the very end, just as you say that it was just a positional and rotational mistake coming on down from the side of Team Scout that costed them this entire map, because at the very end, they were stuck down in the bottom of that canyon. They could have just stayed there, but at the same time, they couldn't risk it because they don't know if the zone is going to be going in their favor or if the zone is not going to be in their favor. And the fact that the side of Team Mackle, they had all the advantages. They had the building in their favor at the very beginning. A lot of the pressure did fall onto the side of Pile Gaming to make that pressure happen, because I'm very sure that Team Scout, they were expecting Pile Gaming to win out that engagement because they heard that Revenant ult go on through. But the fact that the entirety of Team Mackle, they were ready for it and they were able to pop the ultimate as it was going on through, just shut everything down. And with that, Team Mackle, they were able to win their engagement and just force the entirety of Team Scout to come up here and be like, hey, you need to use your octane jump pad, you need to get up here, you need to take that fight. But at the same time, they tried to do that and they just were like, why is everyone here in front of us? I don't think Team Mackle were supposed to fight us now. They were supposed to fight Pile Gaming, but Pile Gaming, they already died out.
Yeah, I mean, Team Mackle, man, once again, congratulations for taking that victory against Team Pile Gaming as well as Team Scout. I mean, to be honest, in my opinion, if someone is to be blamed, it is the zone and not these players, because Team Scout and Team Pile Gaming, both of them played significantly well in that specific match. The aim duels that they were taking and the aim duels that they were winning as well, hats off. Interesting stuff indeed, and I can't wait to see what more are they going to showcase to us in match number 3, which is going to be coming up really soon, guys. But before that, we have a lot of numbers to talk about. The standings are going to be coming up very soon, so I want you guys to stick around. Before we jump straight into the standings and everything else, I want you guys to go ahead and check out our sponsors, AMD Ryzen, Radeon, and Chroma, using the links down in the description below. You guys can check out some of the exclusive deals going on the gaming notebooks powered by AMD Ryzen, Radeon, using the Chroma website link down in the description, or just visiting any of the Chroma stores nearby to check out these powerful gaming notebooks that are powered by the AMD Ryzen Radeon processors as well. You guys can always rely on them to get you the best gaming rendering performance out there. So yeah, moving on towards the standings. Before that, aggressive, I want to ask you this. What do you think went wrong for a lot of other streamers and a lot of other teams out there, like Regaltos, like Team Sway as well? Team Sway, we did see them having a really good positioning up the cliff in at the third or the fourth zone, if I'm not wrong. What exactly went wrong for them in that specific situation? I mean, if you have any idea about that.
In my eyes, I think that the primary flaw there was when it came down to the rotation. And we are going to be heading on down over to the standings, but let's just talk a little bit more about the rotation problems going on through. The main problem was that, yes, they had the hill, but the fact is that they were overzealous about that hill. They were like, hey, I think that we have enough time. Maybe you should push up and maybe you should rotate a little bit further in. And the fact that they opted to go in for such a massive rotation too early caused them to just get caught out in the open. And the fact that they were making that push from inside of the zone, they were trying to hold down that zone angle against the side of Team Scout, really did not work out in their favor. And that really deterred them down in the long run as well. But at the same time, looking at everyone's standings and positionings, you can already see that Team Scout, them going on down to 7 points when it comes down to their placement, and for the side of Pile Gaming, going on down as well to 9, 5, and 14. That basically means that they're the ones at the driver's seat. They're the ones climbing up the board slowly but surely. But at the same time, Assassin, I think the first position is almost impossible to obtain now.
Yeah, Team Mackle, 23 more points. They were sitting at 113 in the overall standings.
We're at
So add
36.
20, yeah, add 23 to
Quick
that. And
maths.
well, yep, quick max for sure, man. Definitely are the big shark for us. But to be honest, more than that, Team Mackle, they're the big sharks for this specific match. Because they're just, this is eating everyone alive right now. Team Mackle, pretty in place. At the same time, I'm expecting Scout and Mafia as well to rise on the overall standings. Team Mafia, they themselves didn't have that glorious moment in map number 7. Like I mostly did not spot them out as well in the map most of the time, because I guess they were caught out in some unfortunate moment where they were not able to get out of that as well. More than that, interesting to see Bings in the top 10 position as well on the board, by the way, because till now, Team Bings have been struggling, and they heard me, and I'm so happy that they brought in the change as well. Team Fatu as well, right? We saw them taking the fights alongside the Octane and the Bloodhound, and once again, they brought in these swift moves coming out from them, which put them at the 6th and the 7th spot, respectively. Team Bings and Team Fatu. So congratulations for that. Keep up the work, boys, and I guess you might just be able to, make it into top 10 in the overall standings as well.
The fact is that a lot of these teams are now finally changing up their legend composition, and that's why they're able to climb above the board massively. Every single time we see these new legends go on through, that basically adds a little bit more oomph to their entire team and adds that level of unpredictability. And the fact that is that a lot of the teams are actually opting to go in for the Gibby as well. And in my eyes, whenever you're opting to go in for a Gibby, you need to understand that you need to play much more down in the open. And the fact is that if you're playing down in the open a lot more frequently, you can use those Gibby shields to take a lot of ground. And I'm really hoping that a lot of teams pick up on this and try and play a lot more aggressively down in these open areas, take a lot of space, take a lot of map control in their favor, and make those pushes and rotations happen a lot more smoother. But now moving on down to the current standings overall, we can see that Team Mackle, they're 136 on the board. Team Scout at 109. Team Pile slowly but surely trailing back behind on 61 points. But I feel as though the first spot, Assassin, it's almost impossible to get to if Team Mackle get one more win.
If Team Mackle go ahead and get themselves another victory, then I guess they can pretty much be crowned the overall champions as well for the specific streamer invitational, because then they're just going to be untouchable, man. I don't even think so anyone can make it up to them with the remaining 2 maps as well, because that is just going to be a feat unable to be touched as well by anyone else out there. Team Scout, they're still going to fight it out. They're sitting at 109, so they still have a chance if they could just go ahead and get the rest of the 3 matches, or even if they can just get 2 more wins against Team Mackle. And if Team Mackle don't get the 3rd match for the day, then Team Scout, they still stand a chance. Team Mackle, they're going to constantly try and get the kills, of course. They are going to be putting up the numbers. But Team Scout, if they could just try and get the match victories, then maybe we might just see them overtaking Team Mackle as well. As for the rest of the teams are considered, Pile, their team has sort of put themselves on the 3rd spot, total of 61 points. They've got themselves 1 win, 34 placement points, and 27 kills. So Team Pile, they need to do a lot more in terms of the fragging department as well, so that they can inch closer towards that century as well, towards 100 points. More than that, I'm so happy with Team Mafia, right? They're still holding that position despite having 0 wins, by the way. Despite having not a single win. Team Rebel and Team Mafia, they're holding on to their positions just because of the placement points and the number of kills as well. Team Rebel, they are doing pretty good in terms of the kill department, whereas in terms of the placement points, they need to do a lot better. Team Rebel, we did see them in the previous match. They got taken down right off the bat in the early stages. 2nd ring or the 3rd ring, I guess. So, yeah, that has to change. And I guess we are all set and ready to dive straight in towards the 3rd match. That is going to be map number 8 for the AMD Ryzen Radeon Apex Legends Streamer Invitational powered by Chroma. Check out all the links in the description below, guys, as we are all set and ready to dive straight in towards map number 8.
And now, as we're gonna be heading on down to map number 8, all the teams are now spreading themselves out a tiny little bit more seemingly. They don't really want to try and come too close because, you know, Corona and everything, social distancing, very important. Be sure to be safe at home, ladies and gentlemen, and make sure to wash your hands. But now moving on down forward, all the jokes aside and all the warnings aside, it seems as though social distancing is not going to be happening down from the side of Team Seraph. Instead, they're going to be the ones thinking they didn't even coming on down at the right at the very beginning. And this, it's going to be Renom getting taken on down almost immediately, and this is just gonna hurt because now at the geyser area, if you're not able to have your first initial octane trying to hold down the fort, things are just gonna get a lot more difficult. And with this push already going on through, Team Zeref, they know exactly where all of the last members of the side of Team Rialtos are, and if they go in for that push, they can easily take it all away because they have the weapons advantage in their favor, and the shots are just gonna be going on in. But at the same time, Team Millie, they're having a fight on the other side of the map as well. And with that Team Millie, they're already down 2 members, and it's just the game to try and hold down the fort and try and live for as long as he possibly can. I think he nearly jumped off, and he's like, nope, no, that's not what I wanted.
Yeah, that is something that nobody wants to you know, be in as well, in that specific spot, that specific position. This is try and maneuver their way out of that. Team Millie, especially Pixels, is gonna get taken down. I guess Millie is down as well. Team Millie, Team Hakshu, not the best of the starts today, you know. Team Hakshu is already gonna be eliminated as soon as this squad is just gonna go ahead and take them down. It's gonna be Team Mizo to instantly take down Team Millie as well. Wow, quite an interesting rivalry right there. Mizo versus Millie.
Now, things are just going to stabilize it just a tiny little bit more, and it seems that the streamers, they have, you know, like shook off their hands. They got that hot blood off their shoulders that they were just keeping on for a really long time, and now they're just going to chill. They're just going to loot back up. And while we do have this downtime assassin, let's just talk a little bit more about what they can expect coming on down when it comes down to the raw information, because now it feels as though a lot of the teams are playing based upon information rather than just pure instinct and pure rotation gameplay. And you can already see using a lot of these towers are just so crucial every single time, because as soon as you use those towers, you get an idea of where the zone is going to be headed next time around, and that's just a massive advantage, because whenever you're playing these bunker type composition and of course these E type compositions, having that information and having the bunker set up early just gives you a massive advantage moving on down forward. But at the same time, Team Scout, they caught out one player who's running down in an open field, and they're like, get over here, boy! Why are you running away from me? You're not supposed to go anywhere. You're supposed to get taken on down. And Fat Monster, his shots are just so clean. Tapping away with the R99 one by one, hitting all those shots. High ground advantage is there, but Drew, he's not going to be able to stay down for long. And Team Binks, they get taken on down instantly. And it feels as though Team Scout, they're pretty much just kryptonite at this stage.
Unfortunate moments for Team Bings, but more than that, Fat Monster is going to be screaming, why are you running? Over to
Why are you
That's right. Why are you running? And he's just going to go ahead and chase down Stabby until Stabby bleeds out for sure. And then, you know, Team Bings, they just get eliminated as well. That was just Team Bings not really able to stay alive for a long time in the specific match, and that is the case with a lot of squads as well. Look at this, we're already sitting at 13 squads now, and it's not even round 1 closing in.
Now, it's just going to get stabilized just a tiny little more, but at the same time, look at the positioning coming on down from the side of Pile. They've probably spotted out one of the players as they're making the rotation down to the other side. This could just be deadly, or this could just work out in their favor at the same time, because with all of the things now being looted on out, Isle Gaming, they're looking to go in for that engagement, and with the Blood on already showing that, hey, a couple of those players were super close here, and with them getting even closer, the first engagement it could just already be going on through. The sonar does go on down to catch a couple of the players, but they're still making their way down towards the angle of the geyser instead. All the members of the side of Pile, they need to be sure that, hey, we should be a lot more careful. What happened?
I am so confused right now. Pyle, she's just gonna be screaming right now. Guys, just wait for me at least. Don't just run away like that. I'll support you. But Axbex and Northern Breeze, they're like, you know what, Pyle, just stay back. Don't worry. We're gonna try and get this. We have got our stims in. We are so pumped up with adrenaline right now. And we are all ready to take on this fight. Pyle, you give us some sort of a cover while we are trying to take these fights as well. And it looks like that Pyle finally is going to come into the rescue as well, because Northern Breeze just got taken down. And Scout is going to come in from the other side. He's going to take down Pyle, and with that, Pyle Gaming, gonna bleed out. Things are not at all looking good for the side of Team Pile Gaming as two of their players are gonna be down. It's gonna be down to Axmax, who has instantly jumped down from that specific bridge area. He's gonna try and stay alive, but he's getting hunted down, and I don't think so Team Pile Gaming are gonna be able to survive this this sort of a push coming out from two teams.
At this stage, things are just gonna get a lot more harder, but at the same time, Team Scout, they need to be careful as well because they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and their members are not looking healthy whatsoever. Their shots are gonna be raining on in. It's gonna be the side of Team Mako causing a lot of pressure down from the back end as well, and it's gonna be TSG popping off the hunt for himself as well. The hunter is on the server, ladies and gentlemen, and beware of his potency. It's gonna be Mako getting that first initial kill up down onto one. It's gonna be Scout coming on down onto the side of Buzzworld as well, getting those shots from the back end. This is what they're favor, but Team Mako, they're not going to be letting on of that pressure. They are just going to keep that gas pedal going, and the shots are just going to be going on in left. Shots are going to be going on in right. And they need to be careful because CSG is a little bit overzealous. Things could just not going to work out in their favor, but instead it's going to be Kissei getting taken on down from the back end, and Fork also getting shot down as well. And with that, it's going to be another squad wipe going on through, ladies and gentlemen, from the side of Team Mako, and it seems as though they are an unstoppable force. This team is just too good to be true, ladies and gentlemen. They are just so clean every single time, and they're just going for these plays. And Raj and TSG, they're on the helm of it all to start it all off. And honestly, what do you do against these two titans at this point, Assassin? Tell me.
Maybe try and stay alive from them.
Hello?
Just try and run away. I don't know, because yeah, I do understand for a fact that these guys are the absolute hunters out there, right? Like, if they spot you out, then there's no escape. But oh, Sway is playing Loba. Let's go. I did not see that coming, by the way. I've been expecting some Loba plays coming out from these players as well, but I guess Sway is finally going to go ahead and fulfill my wish. Is she going to be able to bring in some black market goodies into the server or not, Mr. Aggressive? What do you think?
This stage, I don't know what to expect. Both of these teams are now opting to go in for these fights. And just look at the positioning. They're just making a run for it inside of the zone. This entire map is just a why are you running simulator. We can make a montage out of this.
Yeah, we definitely can. Our editor's going to be on it, don't worry. But more than that, what these players are going to be on is the fact that, okay, hold on a second. We spotted out one team over there. The zone is closing in. Hello, guys. Can we have some sort of a plan here? Exactly what Team Sway are going to be talking about as well. And on the other side, we do have Team Mako just trying to make that push with the jump pads. And oh, the jump pads might just help them out in order to just bounce it on towards these players in and around that specific cliff. There's going to be Mako and gang once again to take the upper ground. And I don't know how they do this, but they're just so goddamn good. And it's so satisfying to see them just barely standing on top of that cliff where there's like no room whatsoever. Like, and two of the players are already on top of that no space cliff. And they're just raining down these bullets onto these players.
Sorry about that, a little bit of technical difficulty coming on now from my end. It seems as though my microphone was not ready for these epic plays to come on down through from the teams, but at the same time, too much why are you running happening and too much of people just staying inside of the zone. Just look at the map. Look at how many people are nearly close to that zone. They need to make this push happen. They need to get themselves back in, but they could just get caught off guard by people who are holding on down from the back end as well. Look at Twitch Nova. He's holding him down. He hears all of the footsteps down on the right side of that building. Things could go horribly wrong for the side of Team Mafia or Twitch Nova. He could just die out almost immediately. He's not careful. Things are going to be slowing on down once again. Teams are able to stabilize themselves and take just a deep breath. Be like, hey, you can just chill. And it seems as though Nova. Oh my god.
Did he time out?
No, he didn't time out.
He's hiding
in the corner. Dude,
he's in the same building.
That is.
He's in the same building.
He is an absolute god. He's like an assassin. He's from an assassin, literally.
Okay, well, it looks like that someone took up to my name and took a little bit too serious to just hold on to a particular angle and just jump. Yeah, to just jump down and take him down with a knife or something like that. Well, if you're gonna do that, then I'm gonna be very happy and I'm gonna be, just instantly clipping that up as well because I want to see that. But right now,
What's that?
Team Scout, right? They're taking that long range engagement right now, and we're all like, what the hell? This is only zone number 2, and we only have 9 squads left. It looks like that everyone just took up fights a little bit too early this time, and we lost a lot of streamers in the process of just making their way into the zone. The zone just played a big game with all of these players in the server, didn't it?
Yep. This is like a running simulator at this point, and I always say that Apex is the game about being a running simulator, but at the same time, it is a running simulator. And Mercy, he's just gonna get toyed around with. There's a bounce pad straight in his face, and he can't really move around properly. He's just gonna get thrown around left. He's just gonna get thrown around right. And there's so many bounce pads inside of the building. What is exactly happening, Assassin? It feels as though all of these teams are having fun. We're having fun casting this, and the shots are just gonna be going on in as well. It's gonna be Power coming on down, being able to take down Nexus Abi. With that first initial kill in their favor. Team Mercy, they're looking for a couple plays for themselves as well. They have the high ground, and just as Anakin said, we have the high ground. And you, so just as Obi-Wan said that I have the high ground and you don't, Anakin, this is just gonna be one of those cases. And things are just gonna get a lot more harder for the side of Team Rebel as well, because now they're gonna be able to pick up the banner coming out down from the side of Nexus, but they don't really have a lot of time to work with. They need to try and get to that recovery banner and get it for themselves almost immediately. But Melody, he's not giving anything away, but he's not in position to try and scan them out, because now all of the members of the side of Team Rebel, they're directly beneath him, basically meaning that the scan is not going to work on them.
So with that much intel coming in as well, right, from my co-caster Aggressive, I feel like Team Rebel might just be able to make their way out of the specific situation that they're in currently. Maybe they're just going to be able to get Nexus back into the game. Where is the nearest respawn station for them as well? They have to figure that out. By the way, look at Hypnova. He's still inside of that building. Damn. He's not moving an inch. I guess he's timed out, or he's just hiding. He's just he knows the zone is going to close in. Yeah. He's just going to try and play it out for the time. He's just going to survive. And that's exactly one of the objectives of the game as well, right? Survival. That's like the OG principle for Battle Royale games. Survival.
Truly, the fact that he's able to survive for that long as well, especially when all of the members were rushing on down into him, was the real question mark in my eyes. But at the same time, it feels as though a little bit of a push is going to be coming on down from the side of Team Mercy. They wanted to go in a little bit overzealous, and it's going to be the side of Team Scout just busting down the doors, FBI style, to come on down in. Shots are going to be going to left, shots are going to be going to right, and it's going to be Scout. OG being able to take down Mercy from the sideline. Definitely able to take down one more, but at the same time, just look at Fat Monster. He just comes in to the rescue, and he's gonna be able to shut everyone down at the very end. Power trying to go in for a couple of plays, and Fat Monster, he needs to try and survive. Maybe he could just get this kill down on one, but at the same time, this could be just be one of those angles that Fat Monster, he has no business winning. Maybe he's gonna be able to survive, maybe he's not. He doesn't have enough bullets, switches out. But he's not gonna be able to. Instead, it's gonna be Mackle's team coming on down through and just shutting everyone down. It's gonna be TSG Apex to get that kill, become that third party, shut down their best possible rival down in this matchup, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, Team Mackle, they're able to shut down their biggest threat, moving on down forward. Team Scout, such an admirable effort, but once again, they got third parties, and in an unfortunate situation, they get taken on down out. And now, the dogs are out, the Titans are in the server, and there is no one to contest them. There are no gods, there is no Zeus, and at this stage, who's gonna win out in this engagement? Will someone stand up towards the side of Team Mackle, or will they take it all away once again?
I'm kind of having a feeling that Team Mackle, if played correctly, then they might just go ahead and get themselves a third victory on the board as well. You never know. Once again, you see these bold, confident decisions being made by them as well, and you know what they're about to do to all of these other teams out there in this specific area as well. There's going to be Bloodline to try and survive a little bit more, because there is another team very, very close by. Bad Shank is going to go ahead and get taken down. Paradox is going to be the one to deal a lot of damage using nothing but the Wingman. We all know what the Wingman can do. The zone is approaching, and I guess Team Bloodline, they just need to get the hell out of here. The HP is not in their favor. Just need to quickly make their way inside of the ring. Try and recharge their shields, otherwise they're not going to be able to survive for a longer amount of time. Bloodline, once again, I'm going to be seeing them taking another fight right now, and they're sort of stuck in a position where, they are going to have to take these multiple affairs before finally coming to rest.
Fact is that the zone is pretty much out in the open. So Team Mafia, they have a really good chance of winning this out very easily. Because with no buildings to control other than that one inside of the main specific zone, things are just going to get a lot more better for the Gibraltar, who can pretty much set up a building for his entire team pretty much at that stage if he uses his bubbles properly to get them behind cover when he does not have that shield available in his arsenal. So things which is going to get a lot more interesting. But because look at the zone assassin. You know for a fact you love this zone because at this stage, this is just a battle of these three squads trying to survive, getting as much value as they possibly can. And Hype Nova, he's just gonna chill there. He's just gonna wait, be that sneaky assassin, and then pounce down into the open and be like, hey, let's shut everyone down. But look at his position. He could just get caught, but at the same time, he could not get caught as well.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a comical event right there as well. But again, I sneeze. And I love how he sneaks in and around these areas. Look at this. Like, I am telling you, his name should have been I Sneak and not I Sneeze.
Oh my god, Nova.
Hypnova. Looks like that he's going to be the one to just try and sneak in on towards these players. He's got the Mastiff and the Flatline. And yeah, the Flatline, it might just come into his favor. Look at this. Wow. You guys had to do this, right? You guys had to go into third person and you guys had to show this specific play being made by Hypnova. What an interesting guy right here, man. He's just putting out tons and tons of content for us to enjoy. But more than that, let's go back into action, right? We're going to be seeing Team Mackel, the OGs, trying to make something happen in the area that they're stuck in as well. And Team Bloodline, I guess, their Bloodhound has spotted out that player. So maybe we are going to be seeing Hypnova getting taken down really soon. It's going to be YOLO to suggest a position to just reposition themselves. So Team Bloodline are going to try and go over there, try and loot. They've got a couple of boxes here and there, and there you go. Here comes YOLO with the scan, and they're going to spot out the player. Goes by. There's going to be Paradox to try and engage himself in that specific play, and it's going to be YOLO to take down Hypnova. Yeah, poor Hypnova, man. Like he couldn't have done anything, right? We don't know for a fact that the Bloodhounds are like absolutely everywhere. Oh, there's another squad around, and that is going to be Mafia. Looks like all of their sneak plays are going to be going to waste, as finally they have to make a move right now. 4 squads left out, and I guess Team Bloodline, they might just recharge their shields, because there's going to be now or never for them. It's going to be that final push to success for them against Team Mafia.
It's either go big or go home, because at this stage, if they're able to get this first initial pickup, whoever dies out here or whoever's able to take this engagement down for their side are going to be the ones going up against the side of Team Mackel. The fact is, where are they exactly? I'm pretty sure they're inside of the zone and they're just holding down the fort from their angle. And if this zone goes on down into the buildings, things are just going to get a lot more harder. And this is very easy for them to go in for a possible third party. The shots are going to be going on and not really getting a lot of value. Instead, Team Mafia holding down the high ground beautifully, waiting in for a lot of engagements that could be going on down for their side. But instead, Team Mackel, they know for a fact they need to hit their W keys and they're going in fast and they're going in hard. It's going to be Proj being able to crack down one player, mid and on white. And the shots are just going to be going on in. With that, Percentual pickup is already there, and Team Mackel, they have the perfect position. They're right next to the zone. They can wait for the rotations to come on through down from the side of their opponents, but instead, Team Mackel are like, nah, I think we need to be the ones to go in for a push, because we know for a fact we are the team who loves to be aggressive. We are the ones who have all of the better shields and all of the better armor. Let's just go in for this fight, take these skills, get as many points on the board as possible, as make ourselves absolutely untouchable.
So as we're going to be approaching the fifth zone as well, right? So we'll be closing in about 20 seconds, I guess. We're going to be seeing Team Mackel just trying to take as many fights as possible to before making that final push as well to victory. And once they're going to be doing that, right, we might just see them go ahead and take the third match on the board as well for them. We're going to be seeing Faraj. We're going to take that jump pad, and he's going to just try and get that Revenant ult in, and it's going to be Mackel. Go ahead and put down that ult. It's going to be the entirety of Team Mackel to be on their ultimates. Maybe Proj can just make that push with the jump pad once again. Yep, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to switch over towards the E by 8. Favorite shotgun, and is going to go ahead and take down Bloodline. There we go. This is exactly what we were talking about, right? It's going to be Proj to go ahead and get that final push in. Get that final kill in. And it's going to be Team Mackel to be your champions once again, ladies and gentlemen. 3 times in a row. A hat trick for Team Mackel. What the hell did they have for lunch?
Honestly, I think it's lunch and breakfast because they are pumped, they are cooked, and they are ready to go in for these type of amazing plays. And at the very end, you can see the Revenant and Octane combination is just so deadly. When both of them have their ultimates, put the jump pad down, slap yourself with that stim beacon, just hold W, pull out a shotgun, your favorite this time around C8. Sadly, it's not a Peacekeeper, but you know, no harm, no foul. This is his pickup, this is his gun. And he just put so much pressure that the entirety of Bloodline, they were forced down in the open. They had nowhere to go, they had nowhere to hide. And the entirety of Team Mackle, they were just on top of the hill, waiting for the calls to come on down from the side of Proj. And they're like, hey, you just sit there, you just chill in that corner, we'll take everyone else out. Easy shots coming on down from them. And with that, it's going to be Team Mackle taking another win on their side. And honestly speaking, at this stage, they're absolutely untouchable on that #1 spot.
True that, and exactly what we feared, right? If Team Mac will go ahead and take that specific victory, there's going to be trouble for the rest of the streamers and the rest of the teams out there on the board as well. But it looks like that Team Mac, right? They definitely did not have anything for lunch. Maybe they just prepped themselves up for day #2 so much. They slept late, they woke up late, did not have time to have lunch, and they were like, "It's okay, not a problem. We're just going to be eating." Yeah, we're definitely hungry. We're going to be eating up all of these other players in the server, and we are going to feast on them as well. And that's exactly what they did. But jokes aside, guys, Team Mackle, right? How amazing play once again. It's so scary to just see them just go ham onto all of these players on the server. And the highlights are ready. Let's just quickly jump straight into the highlights and figure out how exactly Team Mackle made that specific play happen as well. What exactly led to us seeing so many defeats from the rest of the streamers? Ignacio, you want to start with start over?
Personally, in my eyes, the main flaw from the other streamers was that they literally had no flaw at the very end, but the fact is that Team Mackle, their confidence really did get to the other streamers seemingly. Because honestly speaking, whenever there is an Apex Predator in your team and you're stuck in a diamond lobby, not flexing, but I'm a diamond lobby, okay? But yeah, so not flexing there.
All right.
Yeah,
aggressively flexing his season 3 stats. I don't know.
Yes. Okay, sure, buddy. Okay, just do me like that. But moving on back down to the analysis. The thing is that, like, whenever you're pushed down by these type of aggressive players, you're gonna be really scared and you're not gonna be ready to take a lot of these engagements. And this is what Team Mackle did. Just look at the highlights. You can see that all the members down from the other side of the streamers, they were just not ready for this. How can you expect such an aggressive push, such coordination to go on through, and you are not expecting any of it? You are not ready. Your position is just not there. And every single time the side of Team Mackle finds a single team out of position, they just pounce on top of them and just take them down in a matter of seconds. And no matter what happens, it just occurs every single time. And that's what you expect. Just look at this kill as well. It's going to be another push coming on down on towards the side of Team Scout. They just finished the first initial fight, but immediately Team Mackle heard those sounds and it was like, go. You need to take them down right now. We cannot let them have a little bit of time to heal themselves back up to full. And with that, it was already all but over. The fact that Team Mackle, they were able to take every single engagement, understand where they needed to go in for the proper third parties, then isolate a lot of their engagements when they opted to go in for a direct 1v1 against another team. They were able to go in for a lot of these stabilization plays, and the fact that they had so much map control in their favor and so much information that they were able to just take it all away and take their spot as the #1 Apex Predator for map #3, 3 times in a row.
Yeah, man, look at that final moment coming in from Proj as well with the jump pad, the Revenant ultimate. We're going to be seeing Proj just go ahead and get that final kill in as well. And he goes ahead and gets the EVA 8 in action to become the champions of match #3 as well. Congratulations, Mackle. Once again, what a play, man. Take a bow already. Go ahead and, celebrate, because it's time for you guys to do that as well. Because I guess after that victory, you pretty much have solidified your hold on that first spot in the overall standings. The standings and the overall standings are going to be popping up in front of your screens really, really soon. So don't go anywhere, stick around for that. You guys are going to get a lot of intel, a lot of information as well on that, on who exactly is standing where exactly is Team Scout, where exactly is Team Rebel, where exactly is Team Mafia. All of that information coming right up. But before that, what I want you guys to do is go ahead and check out our sponsors, because without them, you guys wouldn't have been seeing your favorite streamers, the most popular ones out there in the country, playing this specific streamer invitational as well. So please go ahead and check out AMD Ryzen, Radeon, and Chroma using the link down in the description below. Check out some of the beast gaming notebooks powered by the AMD Ryzen Radeon processors using the Chroma website link down in the description below, or just visiting any of the Chroma stores nearby and avail the offers as well. By the way, hope you guys know that the giveaway is still on. Yep, there are tons and tons of Chroma coupon codes being given away in the chat. So all you have to do is stay active and follow the instructions given by our moderators. So I guess this specific match standings are ready. So let's quickly jump straight into them and see what exactly is the situation right now after map number 8. And oh boy, look at this. Looks like that someone caught up, and that's Bloodline. 9 placement points, 7 kills, and total points 16.
And honestly speaking, Bloodline, they deserve this. The fact that they were able to play it so smart, so slow systematically as well, and get 7 kills on the board as well onto their side, they were playing the opposite of the side of Team Mackle and Team Scout. They were playing it very systematic, understanding the positions of all the other teams, and not even opting to go in for a push, but going in such a position that they're able to cut off the rotation. They don't need to opt to go in for the push. They let the other teams push them, and they're going to be ready for those type of engagements. And in a way, they were able to use the utility and, of course, their gunplay to take that advantage. But at the same time, looking at the side of Team Mizo and Team Mafia, they were able to step up massively here as well. The fact that they were able to understand the things that they needed to do there, and they chose a very strong position at the very beginning as well to drop one down, to get a couple of plays for themselves, to get themselves down to the very end. And at the same time, we have to give a lot of props down to Hype Nova to get Team Rialto's down to that 6th spot, because personally, I love the entirety of that matchup.
That's true though. There were a lot of moments as well in that specific match, right? Where we saw teams like Team Rebel. They also had a pretty good start. Mini, they also got themselves into a gunfight as soon as they dropped down. It did give the side of Team Mizo a little bit of a confidence as well after winning off both of those fights in that specific building. Like Team Mizo, they went ahead and capitalized on the fight being taken up between Rebel and Millie, if I'm not wrong. So Team Mizo, they just went down and finished up whatever they both started amongst themselves. That was something that we did notice to be very interesting. More than that, of course, as always, Team Scout, they were sort of hunting down everyone around the server, especially that why are you running moment as well, right? For a lot of teams was something that stood out in map number 8. The zone was not in their favor. The zone was not in the favor absolutely everyone, right? Like I guess everyone just sort of struggled at the very end, and it was just the best of the best. Mackle, Scout, and everyone else who were alive, right? They did have some sort of an advantage for themselves when they did reposition when they did reposition themselves after zone number 5, zone number 4 actually. Zone number 4, we went into a zone number 5, but it just came down to the 2 cliffs between 2 rocks, and that final push being made by Team Mackle as well on the Revenant ult. It was a beautiful play, an amazing strategy, and a great way to take match number 3 for the day as well for themselves. So with that, I guess the overall standings might just look very, very interesting. And I can't wait to see who exactly is going to be where, by the way, because I really want to see who exactly is going to be at the top fight right now. Because we know for a fact that Mackle and Scout, they're going to be up there. But who exactly are going to be following them in the top 5 spot in order to solidify their hold over there? I guess the rest of the 2 matches might not make a lot of difference at the top places, but it might just make the difference in top 10 and top 15. So hopefully looking forward to seeing what exactly is going to happen over there. The overall standings is getting ready as well, so don't you guys go anywhere. We've got you covered. But aggressive expectations for match number 4 now. Now, after match number 3, we did see all of these teams have just completely changed gears. They have shifted themselves straight up to top gear number 6 or 7, whatever their shifters are running. But yeah, they have taken up to speed and they are just taking fights head on. Like as soon as they land, find something, and they are sort of targeting each other as well. Like we saw Team Mizo just dropping straight close towards Team Millie and Team Rebel. So something like that.
Like these type of engagements, you kind of expect coming on down from them, and that's what we really do see. But now moving on down to the overall standings, we can talk a little bit more about that later. Team Mackle, they have 163 points. Assassin 163. 42 points higher than what the side of Team Scout have. Yeah, that number one spot is going to be very hard to contest if Team Mackle don't die out early in map number 4, but at the same time, it's Team Mackle. I don't think they're going to die out early that easily, considering the way that they choose a lot of their positions. So let's just say that the first position and the second position are already taken, and that can swap out depending on how Team Mackle perform down at the very beginning of map number 4. So let's talk a little bit more about positions 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on and so forth. This is very much interchangeable. Team Tile now leading the board when it comes down to the third position of 64 points. They have a lot to work with, and they have a win under their belt as well, basically meaning that, hey, they can take this away if they do play their cards properly. But at the same time, Team Mafia, Team Rebel, and Team Mizo, they made a massive climb from where they were previously, because you do remember the Team Mizo, they were stuck down in the 13th position, and they were able to end it off on the 11th position on day number 1. And the fact that they were able to come up this far and take the 6th position almost immediately with a snap of a finger in just 3 maps just basically means that, hey, they mean business and they want that third position and they're gunning for that. And at the same time, Team Bloodline, they got themselves on the board as well. 16 kills in total with 24 placement points, putting them up on that 40th mark. Basically meaning that, hey, if they're able to get to that 20-point mark or that 17-point mark, they can easily take it away as well onto that 5th map. But all of these does really come on down to them being consistent, them understanding what they need to do, and try and play it a little bit more safe. Because if you're playing for standings at this stage, going in for flashy kills is not something that you want.
Is this the precise gunplay coming out from the side of Team Mackle that stands them out as well, right? Like, it's just so goddamn good, especially Praj. We see him just pop off left, right, and center every single time. He just takes up a gunfight. He wins it out as well. It's just the confidence coming out from the side of Team Mackle as well. On the other hand, I really want to see Team Scout bring it up once again. Like I know for a fact that it's just they're trying absolutely everything out there, but I know the Team Scout can do a lot more as well, and we believe in them. So we're looking for them to just inch closer towards Team Mackle. Team Mackle, they definitely have solidified their hold on towards the first spot, but yeah, looking forward to seeing more in towards match 4 and 5. Before we jump straight into what's match number 4, we're going to be taking a short break, by the way, guys. So why don't you guys go ahead, in the meantime, check out these amazing gaming notebooks coming out from the side of AMD Ryzen Radeon processors, powered by Chroma as well. So please, go ahead, check out the gaming notebooks powered by the AMD Ryzen Radeon processors using the Chroma website link down in the description below. Check out some of that exclusive deal going on as well. Avail it if you guys can, and play like the professionals as you guys are seeing in front of your screens as well. In the meantime, me and Aggressive, we are just gonna go ahead and take a short break, get ourselves energized for match number 4 and 5. So we'll be seeing you guys in a minute or two. Don't go to bed. Stay tuned. Be right back. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the AMD Ryzen Radeon Apex Legends Streamer Invitational powered by Chroma. I'm Akash Assassin 47. Joining me on the desk is Aggressive, and we are all set and ready to dive straight into his match number 4, match number 5. There are going to be the 2 matches left out for the day as well, which is going to be sort of like the deciding factor on who exactly is going to be standing where on the standings and the table as well, and who exactly is going to be taking away the massive share of that 3 lakh rupees price pool as well. But aggressive thoughts on match number 4 and your predictions. What are you rooting? Like, what are you rooting for? Like, what are you? What do you think we can expect out of match number 4 and 5? Especially match number 4, by the way. Let's focus on match number 4 first.
In my eyes, map number 4 is going to be where the main fun is about to start, because now that the side of Team Scout understand that, hey, maybe we have a chance. Maybe if we are able to take down Team Mackle right at the very beginning, we should be able to take everything away. On our side, I'm pretty sure that the side of Team Scout, they did their homework. They know for a fact where the side of Team Mackle like to land. And if they're able to land there, get that personal engagement down immediately, and if they're able to take them out, that number 1 spot is not untouchable anymore. They can easily take it away back onto their side almost immediately. It all really depends on the strategy, and all really depends on the targeting as well. That's why in Apex competitive, even when we are talking about the pros, they're always trying to target specific teams if they want a certain standing. I'm pretty sure that with all of the rivalries going on down through between the streamers, something a little bit spicy could show on down up, and it's gonna be a couple of these target plays. And that's completely normal. This is a game, this is a tournament as well, and this is a streamer invitational. They're fighting for money, they have a lot on the line. They want that sweet cash in their favor and for their team. So moving on down forward, map number 4 could just be a very spicy affair, Assassin, because I'm expecting a lot of spicy plays, a lot of spicy legend pickups as well, because at this stage, a lot of the other teams, they don't really have a lot to lose, so the beams could just be coming on out in a matter of seconds.
Definitely, like match number 3, we did spot out a lot of meme games coming out from these streamers as well. So maybe match number 4 might not be any different, but at the same time, I am expecting Team Mackle to try and bring in some sort of unpredictability into their play, because I guess after 3 wins in a row, most of the teams, their only goal is going to be to destroy Team Mackle, to just take them down right off the bat so that they don't go ahead and get them the 4th win on the board as well. Because if they do that, then this is going to be practically untouchable. They're already untouchable, but then it's just then there is not going to be any sort of chance for Team Scout to just make that comeback as well. So match number 4 is getting ready. So as soon as it is, we are going to be jumping straight into it as well. But aggressive, I am expecting a change coming out from a lot of teams in terms of the legend composition. So are you predicting any sorts of specific changes, or do you think that the teams are just gonna play whatever they like? Because at this point, for most of the other teams out there, doesn't even matter. It's gonna be a long way for them to just make that comeback and beat Team Mackle.
I'm hoping for a Toxic and a Watson, but at the same time, a lot of the teams may just not want to pick up the Toxic and the Watson. So, maybe, maybe not. But
there's this one team, right? There's this one team, right, that always brings out the caustic. I forgot the name. I'm trying to remember. Is it Team Sway? No, it's not Team Sway. Team Sway usually runs the Bloodhound and Octane combo as well. I'm not really sure which team it was. It was someone from Team Rebel, I guess. Someone brings in the caustic every single match, and it's so interesting to see him, play in and around with the caustic. But at the same time, once again, as always, just finds himself in positions where he's not going to be able to move out, so he doesn't really pick up the caustic much often out there. So match number 4, it's all set, ready. It's right in front of your screens and aggressive. Why don't you go ahead and take it over, buddy?
First initial drop coming on down from the side of Team Seraph. They're going to be going in for that first initial engagement, trying to point a couple of guns for themselves down the side of the lava pit. And in a way, yes, this is such a strong and powerful position to hold as well, especially when you consider the loot that you can find. There's a lot of loot boxes all over the place. They're going to be able to stabilize themselves right at the get-go. But at the same time, looking at all the others' positioning, they have all landed down into the side of the city, and the city has about like 3 teams down forward. And one of those 2 teams are going to be Team Scout and Team Mackle. And already the engagements are going to be going on through, ladies and gentlemen. Are you excited, Assassin? Because I am, for sure.
Well, who isn't excited, man? Everyone wants to see someone else just going ahead and getting that victory, getting that gunfight wins as well. And the ultimate accelerant is going to come in from the side of Fat Monster, and we are going to be seeing that just instantly boosting his cooldown time as well for everything. Like, his signature ability. Gonna be seeing the ultimate as well, getting ready very soon. The accelerant coming in. Uh, really looking forward to seeing what Team Scout can do based on top of this accelerant usage coming out from the side of Fat Monster. Might just see them take early engagements as well, just like the previous match. But this time, not to forget, they don't really have the best of the loot out there. Like, they're still trying to find out some of the blue and the purples. Whereas the previous matches, they already had the purples and the blues as well when they dropped in on towards these high tier loot locations. We'll be seeing Team Binks right now, who are gonna try and take that fight as well. With another team right around the corner. It's gonna be Team Bloodline. I'm gonna try and just get on top of the building in order to scout out the area, getting the high vantage point to their advantage.
It's just gonna get a lot more difficult as well because you need to consider something. Team Bloodline, they're in the prime spot to shut it, one person down, but Paradox, he doesn't really spot out the player just running on down from his left hand side who just came out of the building, but I guess no harm, no foul. It's gonna be the side of Team Mackle being able to take down Team Scout already. And I told you about this initially. Like, it's either one of those teams going on down because they both landed on the same spot, and it seems as though Team Mackle, they read into the strategy at Scout. Yeah, he's not gonna be happy.
Well, Team Scout are gonna be going out very early into this specific match, and a lot of people, a lot of the viewers as well are not gonna be happy about that. Even Team Scout, they're not going to be happy about that because they badly wanted this victory right here in match number 4 so that they can, inch closer towards Team Mackle. But unfortunately, they're not going to be able to do that. They tried their absolute everything, in my opinion. And as I said, right, it's just these unfortunate moments because they've never really had the best of the loot out there. They were not able to get the victory against the fight that they took as well. Look at Stabby. He's going to try and get in that smoke. Using the Bangalore. It's a really nice Bangalore cosmetic skin out there as well. It's very cool.
YOLO going in for a couple of shots himself, literally screaming YOLO at the top of his lungs. He knows for a fact that one more member is still alive, possibly going down somewhere, but instead, YOLO, he's trying to hunt him down as fast as he possibly can. As that sonar does not use it just yet. For a fact, he needs to be shielded up almost immediately before he can opt to go in for that execution, but here comes through. He's gonna be able to pick up his teammates as well, and honestly speaking, at this Saints room, he came in clutch for the side of Team Fix, understanding that, hey, as soon as I get picked up, I don't need to opt to go in for a trade. I need to heal myself back up to full and then take the engagement at my own pace. And at that stage, he just got caught between a rock and a hard place, and it seems as though Team Fatu, a little bit questionable. What just happened right there to Pork?
Yeah, that was a very questionable play for sure. Intriguing, but at the same time, I guess this is going to be Team Fatu to try and get some of the loot out of Kise's loot box right there. From the side of Team Mako, once again, just getting that vantage point in their favor. We're going to be seeing Team Pile Gaming right around the corner, close towards Team Fatu, if I'm not wrong. Correct? Team Fatu were right here.
Yeah, they died.
They died. And I guess it is going to be... yeah, there you go. Buzzworld is still alive, by the way. Fatu and Karzimo, they both are going to be going down. Buzzworld is still alive. Just trying to get that syringe in as well so he can get some health into his system. Maybe we are just going to be seeing Team Pile Gaming trying to push him down and take him down as well.
As you can see in the background, Demon is now playing Wallpaper Engine in the background. Don't worry about it. Just, making his debut on the stream as we do past the streamer invitational. Moving on down forward, Pile Gaming, they're now just hunting down Buzzworld. Buzzworld, he's right on the other side of the map. He's trying to make a run for it, but I don't think Pile Gaming, they're going to let him get away whatsoever. Northern Breeze puts down a jump pad, and they are just hunting him down, and they're looking for blood, ladies and gentlemen. There is no way that Buzzworld is going to be surviving this, unless he hides in a very cheeky corner and possibly gets himself back out. And Buzzworld, he just did a loopsy-daisy all around the world, and he's actually going to be able to pick up his teammates' banners as well. They still have a second chance here. Beautifully done from the side of Buzzworld, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to be able to pick up his teammates and possibly pick up the side of Fatu as well if he's able to grapple himself up properly. But I don't think he has enough time. Fatu, he needs to see the grave. And ladies and gentlemen, he is going to be able to save out one, but he's not going to be able to save out his second. He can make the grapple happen, but that is a very difficult grapple.
Yeah, Buzzworld, how long can he survive is going to be the $1 million question, right? Him all by himself. I'm going to be seeing Fatu's respawn getting timed out, whereas Karzimo, he still can be revived, but at the same time, Buzzball needs to get himself to a respawn station. That's just going to be a bit of a struggle in his own, because right now, him all by himself with all of these other Bloodhounds just sniffing around him, trying to spot him out and take him down as well so that they can just put Fatu down without any questions asked whatsoever. Team Bings, on the other hand, they found themselves some interesting loot. As you can see already, we're seeing Dhruv trying to take that fight, and it's going to be winning it out against Zayd on YouTube. It's going to be Zayd to not be able to stay alive for quite a long time, and it's going to be Stabby to come and finish off Zayd as well. Zami, on the other hand, from the side of Team Mizo, going to be activating the ult, and on top of that ult, I guess Team Mizo is going to try and completely make that push and take down Team Bings, who are right around the corner. Who has spotted him out, by the way, and it looks like that Stabby is going to come from right around the corner. He's going to try and take down these players who've got that Reverend ult. Stabby to further move in and take care of the player who's just trying to crawl in and around, and that is going to be Stabby to go in for that wild spray down. Going to switch the weapons, going to try and get in the punch, the kicks, everything. It's going to come in, and that is going to be the what? The finisher! Alright then, it looks like that Stabby. He's like, if I'm going down in style.
My god, Stabby, you just don't do that to another fellow streamer. That's gonna hurt. And it is gonna be another rundown from the side of Team Mizo. The last player is gonna be making their way out of here almost immediately. And Team Sway, they're getting riddled with 2 bullets down from the sideline. It's gonna be Fleeks being able to take down Sway, and she is not gonna be having a good day whatsoever. But I do believe that she was able to get herself out because of the Loba bracelet down from the side, but instead she tries to be sneaky peeky like trying to go down towards the other side, but of course the members of the side of the other team are able to take her out almost instantly. That's gonna hurt just a tiny little bit moving on down forward, but at the same time all of her other teammates were able to survive in the long run, so still no harm, no foul. They can pick her back up almost instantly. But at the same time, Team Millie, they're not really in a position to try and go in for a couple of plays. They don't really have a lot of loot to work with, and everyone pushes them. Things could already be over for them. And from the side of Team Sway, they need to make sure they get their teammates' banners at this point. But I don't think so that anyone from the other side is going to be giving away the advantage that they already have. And they're going to camp the body of Sway for as long as they possibly can, until her banner times out.
Yeah, that is the strategy coming out for sure. But more than that, I guess it is going to be Gabikit and Juzo to just try and do something. I mean, you know, this is going to try and maybe fight them out and isolate themselves into individual one-on-ones. But at the same time, the positional advantage coming in from the side of Team Mafia is just going to keep them at a very, very comfortable position. Like, they know that they're going to try and recover the banner as well coming out from the status Sway, but we won't let that happen. It's going to be the teleporter opened up from the side of Ice Knees, and I guess Ice Knees is going to try and make that push, and what was the other side? Take the repel up maybe and just move it towards the other side? Nah, never mind, they're not going to do that. That is just too bold of a move, right? That is just going to go ahead and scream out that presence as well. Just try and run away instead of taking that repel in and over towards the other side of the map as well.
They're just going to be slowing on down a lot more down from their silence. And as you can see on the minimap also, a lot of teams are playing it very slowly and very systematically. But look at Crazimo. He's actually inside of the zone, and is he just chilling there? Or is he just waiting or trying to go in for a couple of loot pickups down from inside of the smoke, inside of the zone for himself? Because at this stage, with all the teams now slowing on down, Proj going in for a couple of shots, maybe spotting out the members of Pile Gaming making their way down forward. This could just be deadly, because now it's going to be a massive play coming on down from their side. Look at their map. Pile Gaming could just be making their way down forward into the faces of Team Mackle. And Team Mackle, they've already spotted on them out. And this is just going to be a push going on down through. And for the side of Pile Gaming, they need to be careful. Otherwise, they're going to be in the receiving end of a lot of hurt. And a lot of hurt is in the name of Pra, just lasering them down one by one. Armor has been broken. The shots are going to be raining on it. One clipping pistol straight in the face. It's going to be Praj getting the first initial pickup, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, the frag nades are going to be going on through. The finish is going to be coming out down as well. A beautiful frag nade as well. Going to be able to crack one of the shields at the bare minimum. And with the positions already revealed, they know where to go. They know where to hunt them down one by one. The push is there. The bloodbath has already been done. And it's going to be Praj getting the final initial kill with Mackle on their sidelines. And with that, Team Mackle, once again, they take another win for themselves, possibly, when it comes down to the squad wipe. That's just gonna be so deadly moving on down forward. This composition assassin is so damn scary.
It definitely is, and it sort of is the meta as well for now, right? Like, we do see all of these teams making these plays, and I guess on top of the Revenant ult, the push coming down from Pile Gaming as well as Mackle, both of which is done in a very interesting and in a beautiful way as well. Mackle, like, I can't stress this enough, but Praj, one stim is all it takes for him to go ahead and wipe out an entire squad. And at this point, he's gonna be dancing and singing that song. One stim, it all it takes. You know?
Okay. I don't think we should stick that, otherwise we're gonna get copyrighted almost this game. But at the same time, Team Takes, they wanted to go in for an aggressive push.
I'm pretty sure that my voice is not that good, so YouTube is not gonna pick it up as a song.
You're a caster and you just dissed yourself on stream, man. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a caster, not a singer. There's a difference, right? And it looks like that it is going to be Team Mercy who are going to be singing right now with their weapons as they're going to go ahead and take down Crisimo and gang. That is going to be Team Fatu, if I'm not wrong, finally falling down and out.
Yeah, that's going to hurt a lot, but at the same time, they're looking for one more team as well, because it felt as though Team Wings, they became a little bit too overzealous. They wanted to make that push happen a little bit too early, and that's going to hurt them quite a lot. Them not using that Bloodhound scan as soon as they were trying to push down into a building. Biggest mistake there, and that's gonna hurt them quite a lot moving on down forward. An unfortunate situation for them. They're not gonna be able to survive for long, and with that, Team Mackle, this time around, they're just sniping on down, and you can already see that Proj, he has that Kraber in his hand, and this Kraber could just be the thing that gets him a couple highlight kills for their side. But at the same time, it feels as though, yeah, Proj is like, yeah, I can't hit many shots with the Kraber right now. I think I'm gonna give it to you, TSG. Let's see that you can get a couple of kills for yourself on the first side.
TSG has been picking up the Kraber for quite some time, if I'm not wrong, so he might be pretty good at it. Nah, not gonna be able to connect that. Well, let's see if he can do one more. Nah, never mind. Observer, we can switch. I really don't want TSG to just go ahead and bash us. At the same time, he's just absolutely missing everything, and it's not his fault. It's just the moving players are just a bit too difficult to hit, and you gotta get in that drop, that bullet drop accuracy as well, right? In order to connect these shots. So now though, they're just gonna keep the Krabers into holsters and just gonna bring out the assault rifles into play. Or maybe Northern Breeze has got a different plan altogether. He's like, you know, one wingman is all I need to get some crisp, clean luck to the face.
Will work out in their favor, but at the same time, things could just go horribly wrong, and it feels as though the Valkyries did call them, and they're like, yeah, we're going to Valhalla at this point, a live from your book, Assassin, because now they're just like, nah, we ain't staying here, we're going to be going down to the other side of the map pretty much. They're going to be able to reposition themselves very beautifully as well, but at the same time, Team Mercy, they're ready for another engagement down for their side, and I really like this. The fact that they're able to get themselves down so far forward, and the shots are going to be going on in from the side of Melody. It's going to run out of bullets. It's going to be able to swap one down to the R301, tag down one of the players to very low levels of HP. He wants to make that push happen. At the same time, it's going to be the kill leader now going on through down to the hands of Power, who's going to be able to take down Drew. Was the last kill leader previously, and Melody picks himself up a red armor as well, and that red armor is going to be so massive moving on down forward. Juzo spots out one player who was trying to run on away. It's going to be Zami, trying to be that sneaky player for the side of his team, but he's not going to be able to survive for long. Gets taken on down out, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be 6 squads left on the board, and possibly down to 5 squads soon enough as well, because Team Mackle spotted out the side of Tile Gaming, and Tile Gaming, they're like, hey, we know for a fact that that's Team Mackle, and we don't want to be near them whatsoever.
Yeah, I guess with a minute and a half left for zone number 4 to close in, I guess all of these teams can just try and find themselves at a very good position, because otherwise, once again, it's going to be match number 1 and 2 again and again on a repeat. Wow, Praj just trying to go ahead, get that jump in, and take the fight as well, as he's getting shot from the other side. He's going to try and get back to his team, and his team is going to provide him the cover that he needs as well. TSG Apex back onto the Spitfire, and see, I told you, right? Just going to go ahead and throw away that Kraber. It's like, nah, the sniper is not at all helping us. Let's just go back to the Spitfire and the R99. Spitfire, definitely an amazing weapon in my opinion. Favored by many. Yeah, a little disgusting, but yeah.
If it works, don't fix it. And you can already see why it's such a disgusting weapon. It's an absolute laser at those long ranges, almost no recoil, and you can easily control it for long bursts of spray, and he can do so much damage and provide so much cover fire that the opponents are just oppressed to the point of no return. Because if they try to run on out, they're gonna get shot on out. And let's say if someone throws a frag grenade right on the other side, they're gonna be forced on an impossible situation. Either take a frag grenade to the face, or we take a lot of Spitfire bullets in the face. And that's gonna be a pretty bad situation down for any team almost. And Team Mackle, they understand that, hey, they can go in for an aggressive push. They can make a couple of plays happen for themselves. They're trying to play it slow. They're trying to see if they can find that personage player, get that personage sound cue of where they want to stand at. And already it's going to be TSG spotting out multiple players. And the fact that they have such an advantageous high ground in their side, they're the ones controlling the entire map. One member holding down one side while the other holds down the other. They know for a fact of where the players are, and they're getting surrounded soon enough. They need to be careful, otherwise things would go horribly wrong for them. For the side of Team Mackle, they need to go in fast and they need to go in hard. They need to switch everything up, and you can already see that TSG, he is picking up his close range loadout instead of his long range oppressive hold loadout. And I love this coming on down from the side of Team Mackle. The fact that they're constantly switching up loadouts depending on the engagements that they want to take just goes to show how serious they are and how much they mean business going down.
Completely agree to you on that, correct? Like Team Mackle, we possibly see them making all of these changes based on the situation that they are in as well, and I'm so happy that they managed to get themselves this specific change in this evolution as well throughout all of these matches that have been played in this specific invitational. And now we are going to be seeing some arc stars being dropped in by Praj, and Praj is just so goddamn aggressive. He's looking for some blood. He's just gonna go ahead and spray down using the R301, and look at the position coming in from the side of Praj as well. Precise gunplay, that's for sure. Gets the down and gets the final kill as well. Praj is gonna be the kill leader, ladies and gentlemen, with 5 kills. The guy is looking for more. He's looking to end the entirety of Team Rebel as well, who were trying to, run away from the zone. File Gaming, they're gonna activate that ult, and on top of that ult, they're just gonna make the push. And that's exactly what they're gonna do. It's gonna be Axback to just moving towards the building. Spot out Northern Breeze with him to try and make this push. And yeah, there you go. Both of them are just gonna try and take the fight. The Beast of the Hunt is gonna be activated by Axback, and it is gonna be 2 of the ultimates getting their job done. Nexus Hubby goes down. The rest of them are trying to help out Nexus Hubby, but at the same time, they all know that the Revenant ult is there. So it's not gonna help out definitely a noob as well. It's gonna be definitely a noob and Nexus Hubby going down. Has the squad been wiped out already or not? Aggressive.
Rebel is gonna be alive, and they're trying to hunt him down, and Rebel last person alive. Not really much that he can do. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, and a lot of people with just that Revenant ultimate just hunting them down. But at the same time, it feels as though PSG, he's actually gonna be able to get a shot down onto Pile Gaming. They understood that, hey, the push is gonna be going on through, and they're gonna be instantly able to take that engagement down in their favor. And Pyle, she's going to be the one to go on down instead, as the fight was already going on through. All of the other members are going to be the ones running themselves back out almost immediately. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, things for the side of Team Mackle just got even better. Not only were they able to get so many kills down on the board, they were actually able to get an Arc Star kill down onto the Revenant from the side of Pyle Gaming, basically meaning that now it's already over for them. They can no longer go in for the willy-nilly composition that they could have done previously. The composition that they are running relies on their Revenant staying alive for as long as he possibly can. Otherwise, the Octane cannot go in for these risky plays anymore. They need to play a lot more safe. They need to play a lot more systematically. I'm pretty sure that Team Mackle, they have their game sense on tune so beautifully. They know exactly where to hold, exactly where to push every single time. They understand the positions that the enemies can run into. They hear the sounds. They know the positions. And with just one Bloodhound scan, they pinpoint their location accurately, make that push happen, and take it all away. And it's going to be Proj just lasering down one sidelines. It's just really difficult to see at this point, Assassin. It feels as though Team Mackle, they're the Titans on the server, and they are being aggressive as well.
Well, they're just being so vocal about their strength as well on the server right now, by just putting down all of these other players down to the ground. It looks like that once again we might see a little bit of a repeat happening from the rest of the 3 matches from the side of Team Mackle as well. And ooh, one's in a bit of a trouble, as that is going to be the grenade which is going to be dropped in by the Revenant, and that's going to be Praj. Yeah, that is definitely, it is going to be Mackle to go ahead and get that kill, man. Power goes down. No longer has any power to stay alive because he's just going to be bombarded with these grenades. Praj looking for more. How many more kills is he gonna get? He already is sitting at 6 and 3 assists as far as I know. He's looking for the 7th and the 8th as well. Yesterday, I guess, in match number 1, he had 8 kills already, right? I mean, business before. The Beast of the Hunt getting activated by TSG. 2 squads left, and it is the Team Mackle versus 1 more squad. It looks like that Team Mackle is just going to go ahead and get that final engagement as well. Down the bridge, and it's going to be Pruz to just go ahead and get himself that frag as well. Maybe no, Pruz is going to be going down. It's going to be the Beast of the Hunt. It's TSG trying to take that fight. It's going to be Team Mackle to get the 4th match on the board as well. 4 wins in a row, and Team Mackle, well, it looks like that they ain't stopping anytime soon, son.
Yeah, this stage, Assassin, as the announcer does say, Apex Predator has been announced, and it's going to be the side of Team Mackle becoming the #1 once again. Yesterday, we saw a hat trick coming on down from the side of Scout, and I'm pretty sure the Team Mackle, they were angry after what happened then. They're here to mean business, try to show Scout being like, hey, I know for a fact you took a hat trick, but we're actually going to get a quadra, and we're probably going to get a 5th one as well on our side. Because now at this stage, Assassin, it feels as though Team Mackle, they're absolutely untouchable. Because at the very beginning, I was saying this, being like, hey, if Scout is able to get the side of Team Mackle almost immediately, right at the very beginning, they have the best possible chance. And they heard my call. They had those psychic powers that we were talking about that, they wanted to go in for the push. They made that push happen. But Team Mackle, they were ready for it. They were expecting it. And the fact that Team Scout died out that early in the game just put the nail on the coffin, and it's already over for the #1 squad. And now Scout, he needs to fight for the #2 squad first.
Yeah, he definitely needs to have a strong hold of that specific spot. Otherwise, it's going to be trouble brewing for him as well. Team Scout, quite unfortunate. They did absolutely everything. Amazing gunplay coming out from them, but it was just the loot that kind of did not go in their favor. They did not have the purples, they did not have the golds, they did not have the blues. So that kind of put them in a spot where they were not able to do much. But great efforts coming in from absolutely everyone, and a solid play once again coming out from the side of Team Mackle. The highlights are ready, so let's see on how exactly match number 4 went down. Aggressive. We had a lot of early engagements this specific match, and I'm not even gonna lie, most of the times I just thought that it might just go in the favor of one team, but it went in the favor of the other team. Like absolutely every time. I guess 90% of the times it went into the favor of the other team, despite the opponent side having all the advantage whatsoever. So it was just a very, very unpredictable affair coming out from a lot of teams out here. But one thing that stands for sure is Team Mackle and their dominance. What do you have to say about that?
The fact is that their positioning is what's giving them a lot of their wins. Because, yes, Praj is an absolute laser when it comes down to his raw aim. What else is there? The fact that they're able to position themselves so beautifully is just on another level every single time. The way that they're able to take high ground, the way that they're able to do oppressive fire and get a lot of information as well. But let's just talk about this finisher. That's just like full-on PM coming on down from the side of Team Pigs. But still, moving on down forward, like, that's kind of what happened, and a lot of the other teams, they were not really able to make use of the positional advantage that they have, primarily because it felt as though they were just always looking down onto one singular angle, while from the side of Team Mackle, everyone was holding down different sidelines. They were expecting a push to happen from the multiple different sides, and they were ready to take those gunfights every single moment that they were able to find one. And that's what really gave them that level of advantage. They were able to control the flow of the map, and they were able to control the rotations as well and be ready for a lot of those fights. And for the other teams, I'm really hoping that they are able to pick up on that and bring it back even better on map number 5. Because at this stage, yes, the #1 spot is no longer reachable, but the #2 spot is very much reachable now because Scout, he died out very early.
Yeah, so Team Scout, they need to fight in order to just have that position secured for themselves. Otherwise, things are not going to look good in their favor. The rest of the streamers, they're going to try very, very hard, especially the ones who are very close to Team Scout, right? Like Team Mafia, Team Rebel. They're all going to try and take away that spot from the hands of Team Scout. Team Scout, all they have to do is just do what exactly they did yesterday. But today, it just seems like, the fights that they're taking, they are not finding the advantages on top of these fights as well.
Completely agree with you. It feels as the Team Scout, they're just falling a little bit short when it comes down to the terms of the loot, and they're not able to take out those lot of those engagements properly. because every single time it feels as though, hey, yeah, Team Scout, they should be able to win it out almost instantly, but Team Mackle, they're just like, I will reverse slap them back and just take a lot of these engagements in our favor instead. And that's what's kind of causing a lot of these issues to happen moving on down forward. The positional advantage in their favor, and the fact that they were able to just control a lot of the rotations coming on down from the other teams just caused a lot of these problems to happen moving on down forward. But hopefully, the side of Team Scout can just brush off that loss and come back even stronger moving on down forward, because they still have one more map to play. Still another chance for them to keep their spot on the board uncontested moving on down forward. As we are getting the standings ready, we can just talk a little bit more about the different types of legend lineups that we were seeing coming on down, because for the side of Team Sway, they had the Loba pickup this time around just to get a little bit more mobility in their favor. But the factor is that when you have that mobility in your arsenal, you'd expect to be a little bit more aggressive. But for the side of Team Sway, they were still playing defensive, and I'm still waiting for someone to pick up the Watson. But yeah, I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Well, that is just going to remain a dream for my boy Aggressive. But I guess we might just see someone out there listening to this, and they're going to be like, okay, just for Aggressive, we're going to be making it happen. We're going to get the Watson out, and we're going to try and show you some electrocutions as well. But anyways, on towards map number 9 standings, where Team Mackle, the winners, they're going to be on the first spot, 12 placement points, 15 kills, 27 total points. And Team Mafia, they're going to be the ones to follow up to Team Mackle. 9 placement points, 3 kills, and 12 total points. Team Mercy, they are right behind Mafia. It's sort of like is a tiebreaker in terms of the total points, right? 12 points for them both. Team Pile Gaming, they're also catching up. And I guess everyone is just slowly but surely trying to get closer to closer with Mr. Scout. And they definitely are going to be feeling the heat right now. Team Scout, they went on very, very early out into that specific map. That is map number 9. That's why they were not able to get any sorts of points whatsoever. They're sitting at 0 points out at the end of map number 9.
Now it's just gonna get a little bit more harder as well. It's very weird to see Team Scout down there with only 0 points, Assassin, because you know for a fact that that's very rough to see. But here you can already see Team Mackle. I'll let you read this out because I don't think I need to say it.
190 total points. Well, Team Mackle, they pretty much might just okay, you know what? If they don't get the win in the final match, with just the amount of kills that they are gonna have, I guess they're just gonna cross 200. Like they might just go ahead and cross 200 points. You never know. Team Scout sitting at 121, Team Pile Gaming 73, Mafia 68, Rebel 57. So as I said, right, these players, especially these teams, that is Team Pile, Team Mafia, Team Rebel, who are very, very close to Team Scout. They're just going to try and dethrone Team Scout from that second spot. So Team Scout, they need to just get themselves back into action. They just need to get back into their groove, just like day number 1. And they can pretty much just hold on to that second spot as well at the end of this specific tournament. Once again, just to remind you guys are watching the AMD Ryzen Radeon Apex Legends Streamer Invitational powered by Chroma. And I want you guys to go ahead and check out the gaming notebooks and the exclusive deals going on them as well, powered by the AMD Ryzen Radeon processors, using the Chroma website link down to the description below, or just visiting any of the Chroma website, any of the Chroma stores nearby your place as well. Also, tons and tons of giveaway going on in the chat. All you guys have to do is stay active, follow the instructions by our moderators, and win yourselves to some amazing Chroma coupon codes as well, which you guys can use and avail the offers on these gaming notebooks that I did talk to you guys about. So yeah, just do the necessary while we are prepping up the final match of the day for you guys. I'm very excited for match number 5. I want to see if Mackle are gonna go ahead and ace it up for the day or something like that. It's just gonna get all 5 of these matches or not. Maybe the Caster's Curse has been applied already, you never know. But if that was the case, then the Caster's Curse, it should have come in ages ago. Like, I have been talking about Team Mackle for like 4 matches in a row now. They still haven't lost any match. Yeah, so I guess it isn't applying here in Apex Legends. You never know. Maybe the Apex Legends gods are a bit too sweet. And they just absolutely know that the casters are making their predictions and they're not actually cursing. But putting all of that aside, Aggressive, what are your expectations for the final match? And do you think Team Pile Gaming, Team Rebel, or anyone out there is going to be able to dethrone Scout of that second position?
The real question is, at this stage, Scout, they need to play this very seriously, and I'm very sure that they are going to be taking a lot of their engagements a lot more slower in comparison to before, because initially they wanted to take that #1 spot. They wanted to go down towards the same exact position at the side of Team Mackle to try and take them on out. That really didn't work out in their favor. And now, this time around, they're going to be moving on down towards the other side of the map. But moving on down onto the last and final map of the day, I'm expecting Team Mackle to probably go in for something spicy, maybe a meme strategy. You never know, because honestly, they have nothing to lose. They can do whatever they want, and they're still gonna retain the #1 spot.
But that also makes them dangerous, right? Like when you got nothing to lose, and you know that you're gonna be the one to walk away with the win, you just be reckless and you just go ahead and spread more and more terror and fear onto the hearts and minds of all of these other players in the server as well. So I guess if Team Mackle are going to be going in for some of the meme plays as well, they are going to be equally carry while making such moves and plays as well. So I guess still all the other teams, they have to look out for Team Mackle and such aces up their sleeves as well. But continue, Aggressive, you were saying.
Moving on down forward, I'm really expecting maybe, you know, the three heavy squads coming on down together. We see Gibby, we see Caustic, and we see Watson all coming on down together, being like huddle up inside of the building. And as soon as you walk into that building, or if you try and scan someone, you see 3 players inside of the building, and maybe you're like, hey, maybe I can push them. I have a lot of utility in my arsenal. They're like, nope, you come into us, there's a Caustic trap, there's a wall, there's a literal Gibraltar shield right on the middle of the floor. Everything is there other than the kitchen sink at that stage, and you're going to be pretty scared to go into that one specific bunker. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's see where a lot of these pushes are going to be taking on us. Because now, it's going to be the real do or die for the side of Team Mafia, Team Rebel, to try and take the #1 spot away from the side of Team Scout. And it feels as though a lot of those engagements are going to be going on down soon enough. But instead, Team Mackle, not really a lot of meme plays. They're going to be opting going for the same place once again. So they're just chilling. They're just going to be waiting to get down.
Yeah, that's true though, and I guess we might just see someone from the side of Team Scout moving over towards the countdowns once again, and they might just spot out some of the players coming in from Skyherd and also over towards the train yard position as well. So once again, Team Scout, they have landed on towards a very, very comfortable place. They love that specific area as well, and they're going to be carrying forward their lootings over there. And the zone has already arrived, and we're going to be seeing the zone once again, you know, inch closer towards the sorting factory. And this time is going to be Team Sway, and we are also going to be seeing Team Pile Gaming, who are going to be benefited with this specific zone. Team Fatu are going to be benefited as well. Team Bloodline and I guess Team Millie can just go ahead and loot it out and make their way inside of the zone. Team Mackle are already inside of the zone as well, so there's nothing to worry about for them.
I think they're able to stabilize themselves at a very early stage. This really does mean that they're going to be in a pretty good spot, because now already Begum, he has a very favorable loadout in his hands. He has that massive, he has that flatline. He made a lot of his plays already happen. They can be aggressive as they want, trying to take a lot of these proper engagements. But at the same time, the fact is they're running a double aggressive composition. They seem mean that things are just going to be a little bit more harder for them as well when it comes down to taking a lot of those long-term engagements and taking a lot of those scrappy gunfights. But here is where a lot of the teams are just going to be taking a little bit of time and try and sizing each other up as they do get ready. Because now is where the real planning is about to start. How will they try and go in for a lot of these rotations? Will they be going towards the side of Lava Pit, or will they go in towards the side of the city? Because that's what's going to dictate the pace of a lot of this matchup. Because now with the zone now finally going on through, they need to make their push happen soon enough, because none of the squads have died out just yet. It's still 15 on the map already, ladies and gentlemen. Things could get spicy. We'll see. Now, with the pushes going on through from the back end, it's going to be Proj getting the first initial kill down onto Udajit. And with that first initial kill, Team Mackle, they're once again just started everything off with a bang. Proj, he just gets 2 kills. Mackle from the silence going to be able to shut down one more, and the hunt has already begun. Proj, he's just going in for those shots. He doesn't want to let anyone run away from him. Puts on that stim. He's at only 1 HP, but he doesn't give a damn. He wants that kill. Down onto Source Loss to take him on down. And Aptu's team, it's nowhere to be found. It's getting hacked away. It's gonna be from the other side, it's going to be Scout trying to go in for a couple of kills. Rebel getting fully down into submission assassin. What is happening on the map? Both of these teams, they mean business, and it feels as though Team Mackel, they're not happy with 190 points. They want even more.
Close door here. We should go this way.
Now, with the pushes going on down from the back end, the game's going to be able to take down Fatu at the bare minimum, making that a lot more difficult down for the other side, because now, without any form of information coming on down from the side of the Bloodhound, things are just going to get a lot more difficult moving on down forward. And with this, I'm really wondering how they're going to make that difference. And finally, we're seeing a little bit of a difference come out through from the side of Team Billy. The rampart goes on down. The bullets are going to be raining on in, and the game is trying to survive. But that shotgun is just too good. Coming on down from the side of Fun's World. Shot going in left, the shot going in right, and the game does get taken on down. Charisma, sorry, is going to be the one to take down one more onto the game. So at the bare minimum, a little bit of damage being done. And now it's just Millie versus the entire world. Will she be able to survive for long is the real question, because they're just right above her. But at the same time, I think that she's just going to chill. She's just going to wait. And it's going to be set up pile gaming instead of opting to go in for that aggressive push. And knowing their exact position, they're going to be making that push happen already. And now this is just so dangerous. The shots are going to be going on in, and it's going to be Millie taking the first initial kill. She just gets taken on down. She wanted to hide. She wanted to get her teammates' banners, but she's just not going to be able to find it. Instead, it is going to be the side of Pile Gaming being able to take the building in their favor once again. But at the same time, they just got the scrap kill. They didn't get the main force this time.
Well, do we have any Newtons in the server or not, Mr. Aggressive?
What?
Do we have any Newtons? My bad. Did I say something wrong?
No,
yes,
no,
I
no,
did,
no.
right? Oh, Watson. My bad. No, Newton.
Newton.
Yep.
I was
yeah,
like, wait a second.
I'm pretty bad when it comes to this, so my bad. Just don't iterate me. Yes. just got these just a little bit in. But anyways, there's gonna be. So, do we have any Watsons in the server or not? Have you spotted them? Anyone out?
Sadly, no. We did see a rampart, so yeah, that could be something.
Yeah, that could be something. But more than that, what we definitely are gonna see is the Revenant plays, right? They never get old, and I guess Pile Gaming's push on towards Team Millie was a classic move coming out from Pile Gaming to just go ahead and take care of Team Millie as well right off the bat. We'll be seeing 13 squads left now, and the Beast of the Hunt getting activated as well. Team Mafia trying to take that fight. They've got the shield to protect them as well, where they're trying to take this specific fight. But then what about the aggression coming out from the side of Team Sway? I guess Team Sway is just going to get taken down. It's going to be Ice Sneeze to go ahead and get the frag as well. Team Mafia, they're going to go ahead and take out the entirety of Team Sway.
This is going to be a perfect kill coming on down from them. Just swarming them down from multiple different angles. Not much to do, nowhere to hide. Instead, it's going to Flicksha coming on down from the sidelines, putting up that shield, just staying inside of it, and being like, hey, I'm just going to wait here. I'm going to chill here while they go in for that push. Not much that the side of Team Sway could do. They're going to be eliminated almost immediately, and their standings are just not going to be looking strong at the very end of it, that's for sure. But moving on down forward, 12 scouts left on the map, and it's going to be just the side of Team Scout making their push happen down towards the angle of city. And in the side of the city is going to be a lot of people down, and a lot of gunfights are already going to be starting on there. But for the side of Team Bloodline, they're also making their rotation into the city as well. But at the same time, Team Scout, they're getting damaged so massively. Two hostiles are going to be on the top stairs, and Fat Monster, he's like, no two dams. He's like, I'm going to hold my WG. I'm just going to keep on going. The shots are going to be going on in, and they're just going to be able to survive at the bare minimum. And with that, it feels as though they knew exactly what Team Scout were thinking. They're all being going for that jump, and look at Fat Monster! He just used the enemy Octane's jump pad to make his way down forward, uses the EVA, tags him down really low. He's still hunting, he's still going. What is this guy on Assassin? He just gets like no two dams. He just is making every single push happen, and he's making it work beautifully.
He's just another Foon, man. He's just such a movement god right there. The way he's just maneuvering himself in and around the entire map, flying around like, I don't even know what to say. Oh no, never mind. I thought that Fat Monster was going to be going in for that finisher. That would have been rubbing salt out of the wound as well. But yeah, I guess, you know, getting the finisher in out in the open isn't the best of the options as well. You know, you should better just not go in for that. Just finish him off or let him just bleed out. We'll be seeing Stabby and Begum finding themselves a frag each, by the way. And Fat Monster's going to be going down. Begum with the immediate trade on towards Drew, but I guess Stabby still lives. And it's going to be Baba Bali to go ahead and take down Begum. It looks like that Team Scout, they're in a bit of a trouble right now. And I really want to see what exactly can Team Binks do. Can they further go ahead and rain hell on towards Team Scout or not? This is going to be the question. 12 squads remain in the Beast of the Hunt coming in from the side of Team Binks. Is quite helping them out for now though. Stabby and Bali, they are alive. Scout is the only one alive from the side of Team Scout, so let's see if the man is going to be able to clutch it out or not for the team. Like in a 1 versus 2 situation, he has to face off 2 of the players from the side of Team Binks. I guess Scout is going to get his Evo Shield ready and recharged and try and get the revive in as well. Just seeing Begum, who was down, is going to be revived in, and I guess Tabby is going to go ahead and finish him off. Ooh, Begum going to be able to stay alive. It is, I guess it was Fatty Monster who was being revived from the side of Team Scout.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt a lot because now they don't have that octane, so they cannot go in for the same combo over again. And trying to pick up that banner is just gonna get even more difficult. Scout does get spotted out and gets tagged down just a little bit. It's gonna get his shield chipped just a little bit more. But still, things are gonna be slowing on down, and they need to make a game plan here. They need to wait for it. There are no ultimate accelerants down anywhere on the map, basically meaning that, hey, Scout cannot even use his ultimate to try and pick up that banner and just get himself out of that sticky situation. Things are just going to get a lot more difficult now for their side, because now it's their do or die. They cannot be making mistakes like this and costing them a lot moving on down forward. But instead, it's just going to be Team Mackel once again using the Revenant ultimate, going in for a push, and Mackel, he's just going to be chilling, waiting there. And he's going to be like, hey, you guys go in for the push. I'm going to give sniper support from the backline. And Proj, do what you do best. Put in that stim beacon inside of your chest. Run as much as you want. Become Forrest Gumps for like your entirety of your career. And just take them all down.
It's going to be Proj to just inject himself with that stim, as you said, and he's just going to run for it. He's just going to try and find himself that kill as well. I guess TSG Apex is going to be helping him out a little bit more in terms of getting the information. Begum, his battle is going to be covered, and I guess the Team Scout is just going to try and find some respawn stations. And we are into round 2 right now. That is zone number 2, and it's going to be starting up in a second now. The zone is going to start closing in, I guess, with only 10 squads left. Once again, it is going to be a very, very early engagement play being made by all of these streamers out there for the final match of the day. Fat Monster spotting out that player is just going to try and rush him down, but oh, Fat Monster runs out of bullets, going to try and go to the reload. Somebody's got to help him out a little bit more, but then the ring is just going to pass by them, and a lot of resources are going to be used. This specific ring is going to do so much damage, and more than that, Stabby, he's just trying to dish in further damage. Fat Monster, the aim god, the movement god, he's going to get taken down. It's going to be all down to Scout once again, I guess. Never mind, Team Scout is eliminated already.
Yep. And remember what I said down in map number 2, sorry, map number 3 was it? I don't remember, map number 2 or 3, that Team Binks' Kryptonite was the side of Team Scout. And it seems as though Superman has finally broken through his Kryptonite weakness, and he has stood up massively. Team Binks coming in massive and getting the number 2 position of the board, and a very convincing fashion as well. Stabby doing beautifully to take them all out and chase them down as well on that Bangalore. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, things are just going to be going in their favor just even more, moving on down forward. But at the same time, Pile Gaming, they're hunting for a couple of more plays for themselves as well, because now moving on down forward, there's going to be a couple of shots raining on in, and a beautiful headshot coming on down from the side of Northern Breeze to get that first initial pick up down for their side. But now with the shots going on in, it's going to be Matthew and Zaydon YT getting chicken on down almost instantly. That's just going to hurt even more moving on down forward. Akrab is going to be looking for a couple of plays for himself, wants out the raid, and he's just hunting him down. There's no way he's letting him go away. This is a professional cracker, ladies and gentlemen. The shots are going to be beautiful, and Sammy takes a shot to the head to take himself out. And with that, it's going to be Pile Gaming getting another kill on the board for themselves as well. 4 kills coming on down from the side of the Bloodhound to keep things going for their end. 8 more squads remaining on the map, Assassin, and it seems as though all of the teams, they're gunning for this place, and it feels as though for once, this is a very lighthearted game. A couple of teams are playing for the standings, a couple of teams are playing for the win, but the other ones, they're having a lot of fun seeking about the map.
I almost thought that the Gibby is just gonna jump straight into his lava pool. I thought that, you know, he's gonna be like, man, I'm done, I'm tired. I can't take this anymore. There's absolutely no one I can spot. But to be completely honest, keeping the jokes aside, I guess TSG Apex will take it a little bit too serious with that specific ult. These are the hunch coming in. TSG brought out the entire squad. It's going to be Mackle and TSG to try and take them all down. I'm going to be seeing Mackle, who's going to be going down, so he's going to be revived. Where is Praj? Where exactly is Praj? Oh, is he down?
Disconnect? I think it's a disconnect.
Oh,
Yeah,
he
this-
disconnected. That is going to hurt. But I guess TSG and Mackle, they can sort of, you know, pull their weight, so not a problem. Praj, but still, he is going to be, you know, his presence, his absence, to be honest, is going to be hurt quite a lot. And at the same time, it might just be the opportunity for a lot of other teams out there. An avenue opened up that they can easily take care of Team Mackle now in this specific match. At least try and not, you know, take the let them take the 5th match as well on the board for the day. If that is the case, then as I said, it's going to be them just acing it out. But yeah.
What is happening there with the jump pads inside of the buildings? It feels as though these teams are just throwing each other off when it comes out of the loot box, and they're like, hey, I'm gonna annoy you as much as I possibly can by just throwing a couple of jump pads near these loot boxes, and if you want to loot here, you gotta go through a lot of annoyances to get this loot out. But at the same time, you know, those small annoyances do add up and cause a lot of problems down the line moving on forward. But now, with only a couple of squad left, Assassin, there's not really a lot that the side of the other squads can do. Things are going to be slowing down massively. And a lot of the squads, they're not even a full-on 3-man. They're still a 2-man running around almost everyone. And you can already see the personal engagement is going to be going on through. It is going to be from the sidelines. The engagement does go on down. It's going to be Biggs trying to go in for a couple of shots for himself as well. And with this question to pick up, where will they go is a real question. Stabby getting tagged down to very low levels of HP. There's not much that they can do, not much more than they can find. They need to try to go in for a push, and instead it's going to be Team Rebel going in for a couple of shots for themselves. But still, this is going to be a 2 versus 3 situation. They need to be careful, otherwise things could go horribly wrong for their end. They have the Revenant ult in their favor, but that's gonna be useless now this time around as well, and so many resources being wasted from the side of Team Rebel that they don't really have a lot to go in for a re-engagement. And when they are down, when it comes down to the man advantage, you need to try and bring at the bare minimum of 1 kill to get that advantage to keep the push going. But the fact is, they're still down.
Let's go this way.
At the same time, you see, right, like Team Pile Gaming, they're also trying to constantly put that aggression, put that pressure as well onto the team that's going to try and reposition themselves, because the zone is approaching very, very close, guys. And I guess with all of this happening at the screen at the exact same time, I'm going to be seeing Pile Gaming are going to struggle a little bit, but in the very end, they're just going to try and survive. They have the zone in their favor. They are going to be inside of the ring as well, so there's nothing to worry about. It is the other team who are trying to take that fight as well against Pile Gaming to be suffering a little bit more. We're seeing Northern Breeze, whose shield is going to be taken down, if I'm not wrong, so he just has to recharge his shields and get back to work. Northern Breeze and Axbax, they both are going to be making the push as soon as they get the information, once Axbax is going to be using up that ability as well. Axbax's ultimate is ready or not. I don't know about Axbax though, but I'm definitely sure that Northern Breeze's ultimate is ready. I'm going to be using that very, very soon, the Wraith ult. This time I'm very surprised to see Pile Gaming not running, you know, that default composition that they do go on with. There's the Revenant, Bloodhound, as well as Octane. This time, instead of the Octane, it is actually the Wraith that they have used as well. And the teleporter is going to be used in a very, very interesting way to just constantly switch back and forth between positions, between vantage points. And I guess with that, we are slowly going to be approaching the final moments of this specific zone where Team Pile Gaming, in another minute, we are going to decide as to if they are going to stay alive or not. Because Team Mackle, they're approaching their specific position very, very soon. And that is going to be TSG effect going down with it coming all down to Mackle. And there's this Valkyrie. It's going to take off. And I guess it's going to be time for Mackle to just go ahead and get something done to revive his teammate maybe. But it's not going to come in as, you know, Team Pile Gaming didn't know that Mackle is the only player alive in this specific area. They're going to try and take him down, but oops. I guess we have a little bit of a disconnect.
Well, that was a little bit questionable at the very end, but still, I think the match is still going to be going on, and we're going to sort out that technical difficulty almost immediately so we can go back in. But at the same time, let's try and break down a little bit more of what was happening previously so we can have an idea, maybe in our heads a little bit as we are trying to get ourselves back in. The personal engagement was going on through the side of Team Mackle. They were opting to go in for that push, but immediately, Anvax just popped him as he was making his way down forward. That laser coming out from the side of Pile Gaming is just so clean, and they mean business. I was so amazed by the headshots coming on down from the side of Northern
Yep.
Breeze on that wingman. When they were just rushing on down, long range headshots with the wingman are just so difficult to do. And Northern Breeze, he was just making it look so easy. And
Yeah.
I'm very sure that Pile Gaming, now that Team Mackle are already out for the count, they have the best possible chance to take this win away. Because once again, we need to remember that Scout is going to be no longer there. There's no one really to stop the side
Yep.
of Team Mackle. And with Team Mackle going on down as well, it's already over, Assassin. Who's going to be able to take that number 2 spot? Will it be the side of Pile Gaming coming on top in their engagement and getting enough kills to get themselves on that board? Because you need to remember, standing is not the only thing. They need to play for kills. They need to go in for engagement and they need to go in for rushes. Otherwise, they cannot take the number 2 spot and dethrone the side of Scout.
That's very true, actually. Team Pile Gaming are the only ones who are very, very close to just dethroning Team Scout as well from that second position. Because right now, if you do remember, right, from the overall standings, Team Pile was standing at the third place, if I'm not wrong. So this is going to try and go ahead, get that specific spot from the hands of Team Scout, because Team Scout is down already. Team Mackle is down as well because of the disconnect coming in from Prudge, and then, the rest of the two players were not able to do much because Team Pile Gaming, they just made that push with the Wraith and the Bloodhound as well. The Beast of the Hunt came in, and then Team Mackle, especially Mackle, he was not able to do anything. He's like, oh, I'm just going to be bum rushed into by Team Pile Gaming. I'm going to get taken down, and I won't be able to do anything in this specific match. And it's completely fine, man. Chin up, Team Mackle. You guys have already done more than enough. 4 wins in a row, and
190
I
points.
guess yeah, 190 points. I guess they have already crossed 200 now after the performance coming in from match number 5 as well. But we definitely are gonna wait for the final update as well to come in from our production team and the league ops as well regarding the standings and everything else. But yeah, right now we're just trying to fix and try to see and find a fix as well if we can just jump straight back into the game or not. If we can, awesome. We are going to be continuing the action, but if you're not, then maybe our admin team definitely are going to be coming up with a solution for sure. In the meantime, what you guys can do is go ahead and check out some of the beast powerful gaming notebooks, which are powered by the AMD Ryzen Radeon processors. You guys can find the link down in the description below. It's the Chroma website link, and you guys can also just walk into any of your nearby Chroma stores to check and avail the offer as well. And also, please do participate in the giveaway going on in the chat currently. 1,000 rupees coupon codes being given away frequently. All you have to do is follow the instructions coming in from our moderators and our admins in the chat. So please do the necessary. Get yourselves a chance to win 1,000 rupees Chroma coupon codes, which you can use, by the way, in for your next purchase of these gaming notebooks powered by the AMD Ryzen Radeon processors as well. But yeah, match number 5. Up until now, we can definitely discuss what exactly happened, right? Aggressive. A lot of early engagements, once again, just like match number 4. But this time around, though, we saw them happen in a very, very different way. So, do you have any pointers regarding that as well?
The main thing that happened in the early engagements in my eyes was that people were trying to take a lot more of those scrappy fights. They're trying to get that first initial kills on the board because they understand that, hey, if we want to get ourselves up in the standings, we need to get as many kills as we possibly can, and that's why they played a lot more aggressively. Waited to see where a lot of the teams were landing, and then they landed right on behind them in the same area, understanding that, hey, let's go in for this engagement. Let's go in for these fights. Let's rack up these points as fast as we possibly can. And in that fashion, the way that they rushed a lot of their engagements really was the downfall of a lot of the other streamer teams, primarily because they should be playing it a little bit more so, playing it a little bit more tactically. But the fact is, going in for a rush, yes, it does make a lot of content. But at the same time, when it comes down to standings, it can hurt a lot in the long run as well. And those early game fights really did work out in the favor of some of the other teams and not much for the others. And at the same time, I'm really happy to see one of the other teams really shine on through. Team Binks, they had such a rough start on
Yep.
day 1 and also day 2. And the fact that they were able to do so much down in map number 5 and take the number 2 team out immediately, that's going to be a massive confidence boost for them moving on down forward.
That's true. I mean, Team Bings, they definitely put up quite a fight, and in the overall standings as well, they have made their way from like the top 15, top 20 up to top 10 as well. So that is an achievement in itself. At the same time, Team Fatu, they have pulled up their weight as well. We did see in match number 5, they were very, very aggressive when taking their fights, by the way, and they did take that fight against Team Scout, if I'm not wrong, and they kind of lost out that fight. not really sure about that, but at the same time, I did see a glimpse of Team Fatu trying to fight out in that specific same area where Team Scout were taking the fight on towards another team. Didn't really spot out Team Mizo in action, by the way, in match number 5. What exactly happened over there? Like, a lot of streamers, not just Mizo. Like, I did not see a lot of Team Mafia as well in that specific match. Did not see a lot of Team Rebel as well. No Regaltos. So I'm not really sure what happened, but at the same time, we did see most of the teams who do tend to, stay alive till the very end. Team Sway, Team Pile Gaming, Team Scout, Team Mackle, just popping off once again in match number 5. So I'm really keen to know what is going to be the final result coming out of that specific match as well. Unfortunately, just got a little bit of disconnect. We are working on the fix as well, so waiting for the update to come in from the admin team. But yeah, I guess we pretty much know who exactly the winner is going to be as well, right? Aggressive Team Mako. They should pretty much take away that massive share as well, and they might just take away the entire price pool as well, the massive share out of it, and the rest of the teams are just going to go ahead and get themselves the rest of it as well. Let's quickly go in for a break, and we're going to be right back. Work on the issues, and we're going to give you guys an update as well. See you guys soon. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the AMD Ryzen Radeon Apex Legends Streamer Invitational powered by Chroma. I'm your host, Assassin47. Joining me on the desk is Aggressive. And you know what? It was a little bit of a technical issue coming out from our side, so just gonna quickly go ahead and restart that specific match as well and play it out once again because we want it to be an even battlefield, and you know, no sorts of streamer should have any sorts of issues whatsoever. So you know what? Let's just restart that specific match, and we will quickly jump straight in towards the match as well. Before that, let's quickly have a look at the current standings, the overall standings, right, as to what exactly is the situation when it comes down to teams like Team Pile and Team Mafia in order to dethrone Team Scout as well. So Team Mako, they are sort of sitting right there, like comfortably 190 points, no one in and around them. They can just chill out in match number 5 without any sorts of issues whatsoever. Team Scout, on the other hand, they need to be careful. Team Pile is sniffing in and around, and Team Pile, they might just go ahead and take it over as well from the side of Team Scout. So Team Scout, they badly need some kills and some wins on the board. If they can just get a win in this specific final match, then maybe they are just going to solidify their hold. But Team Pile, if they go ahead and get themselves a win, then maybe it might just be them to take down Team Scout as well. You never know. It's going to be down to how many kills Team Scout take as well. And it all just comes down to the placement and the number of kills as well, right? So, Aggressive, what are your thoughts on the overall standings before we jump into match number 5?
I don't think the Team Pile really have a chance of trying to take the number 2 spot, primarily because that's a massive gap. It's not just 30 points that we are talking about. We're looking at a possibility of trying to do the quick maths here. Just give me a second. It's gonna be for us 46. Okay, no, wait. Oh, god damn it, I'm just not gonna try to do quick maths right now. My brain is hurting.
We both are bad at math, and there is a reason, like, you know, I kind of messed up the name of the scientist right there as well, between Newton and Watson. But yeah, they always told me not to take science, but then I'm a guy who accepts challenges, so I did. Good to know that I did. Good to know that I did get out of that specific situation as well, in a victorious way, of course. But keeping all of that aside, I really feel. Oh wow, you got done with the quick max.
Yes, quick maths are gonna be done. My brain is a little bit fried. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but the consideration of 48 points, Assassin, for the side.
I don't blame you for that, by the way. I don't blame you for having that brain fart moment as well, because anyone might just go ahead and have that. With the performance Team Mackle has been putting up, right?
Honestly,
you can't really. Yeah, it's just crazy, man. Your brain just goes ahead, takes a moment to just make peace with the situation.
Truly. But moving on back to what I was saying previously, the factor is 48 points for the side of Team Pile. That's going to be quite a tall order, to say the very least, Assassin, because even if you're able to get the first place, that's only 12 points. You need to get almost half the server worth of kills. Trying to bring yourself back up.
And yeah, I guess we lost Mr. Aggressor right there. That's completely fine. I guess there you go. He's back. He's back.
Yes. But yeah,
I guess his microphone is also kind of angry at Mackle for getting so many points.
True. 190 points. Like, how? You don't even have a chance to try and fight back on it. If Team Mackle just sit back for this entire game, don't even do anything, they're still going to be able to get that first position. And Team Scout, their second position, are already perfectly on position as well. And when it comes down to position number 3, that's where a lot of the changes are going to be happening. For gaming, they need to make sure they get as many points on the board, and they cannot die out early, no matter what happens, because if they die out too early, Team Mafia, they could just take the spot in a matter of seconds away from them if they are not careful. So moving on down 4, let's see how this engagement is going to be going on down, with a lot of the teams placing down very close to one another, because you can already see down here towards the side of all over the map, all the teams are very close by, and these engagements are going to be quick, scrappy, and they're all going to be ready and gunning for their fights.
Ooh, someone's about to go down inside of that specific opening. He's just going to find himself a lot of loot as well. What exactly is that? It's Scout, right? No, it's not Scout. It's not Scout. It was someone else, actually. He just went inside of that specific opening and just found himself some great loot. On the other hand, Team Scout, They are going to be trying their level best this time around, though, to not get taken down before the technical difficulty did arise. Like we did see Team Scout struggle a little bit and then finally getting taken down as well, being rushed over by the enemy team. So this time around, though, they're going to try and avoid that situation. Team Bings, they had a moment of their own before the crash as well. So all in all, I really feel for Pile Gaming because of the entire difficulty, but at the same time, I guess Pile Gaming, they're gonna try to put the exact same performance once again after the specific restart to try and take away that second spot from the hands of Scout.
Now, with this push coming on down through Team Wings, they have that position once again on their side, and because of the unfortunate technical difficulties, it's just gonna get one a little bit more harder coming up. But at the same time, they have a chance to show their consistency and show what they can do. But instead, Team Mackle, they're going in for an aggressive play, and Mackle himself, he just gets a little bit too overzealous. Wanted to go in for a slide play, but that's gonna be hurting. Look at the zipline plays coming on down through from the side of the Revenant. They're gonna be going in for a couple of shots, but it's just not gonna be enough. Instead, it's gonna be Akshu fighting that bullet coming on down from the side of Raj. Once again, it's gonna be the side of Team Mackle starting things off with a bang, taking that first initial squad wipe in their favor. 13 squads left remaining already, Assassin, and we just started this match. This just goes to show that all the teams, they mean business, and finally, Assassin, finally someone landed at Trials, and they're picking up the loot there.
Well, it looks like that my co-customer is very, very happy about that. And ooh, look at that. Look at that eagle as well. Up on
Truly a
top of the
beautiful
mountain.
Truly beautiful.
Yeah, it's just the entire environment set in this
I feel
specific
bad for
game. Feel bad for?
I feel bad for Team Bigs. The trial is already done, and they're here like, hey, maybe we can get some loot for ourselves. But yeah, it's already cleaned out.
It surely is, buddy. It surely is. I'm gonna be seeing Team Bloodline on the other hand, who are gonna try and completely
Enemy over there.
loot this entire building that they are in currently, and go up to the rooftops as well to find some intel. And in the process of doing so, maybe they might just come across some purples and some golds as well. You never really know. It's not a Team Millie, by the way, who haven't found themselves in advantageous positions. I've got my fingers crossed because I really want to see Team Millie, getting something done in this specific match. I really want to see them popping off against these other top tier teams as well.
They should be able to do so considering they have the lineup for it and they also have the talent for it. But at the same time, it feels as though all the other teams, they're not going to be giving any form of space up whatsoever. They want this win. They want to try and take as many standings as they possibly can and get as much of the higher position as they possibly can as well. But it seems that the Team Mackle, they're not really going to be giving anything away. Instead, it's going to be Proj once again going in for a massive push by himself once more. Goes in for a couple of shots, spots out of one of the players. The shots are going to be going in left, the shots are going to be going in right. Who's going to want to win everything out? Proj going in for a possible free fire down to the back end. Here's now the footsteps are in a beautiful level of movement coming down from him. It's going to be able to take down the game with only a little bit of HP to work with. Just tap. Use that battery cell to get himself back up to that full HP. And with that, I think it's already over. We can already say for the side of the games. And already, just as we were talking about Team Melly trying to go in for a couple of plays for themselves, they go up against the raid bosses. And yeah, Assassin, I think the caster's curse is back for you once more.
More than the caster's curse, it's just I don't even wanna say it out. Praj is just a beast, man. He's so good. Like he sets his eye on one specific player and then he just doesn't leave that specific player out of his sight. He just feasts on him and then just throws away his body for the vultures out there on the map of World's Edge. Like I'm not even gonna lie, the way Prod just eats his enemies alive, the way he takes these fights, these one-on-ones in such a fashionably creative way, using all of these jump pads and whatnot. He truly is that Octane main as well in this specific game.
Yeah, Proj, he's just one of those deadly forces going on down for the side of Team Mackle to keep things going in their end. But once again, There are 3 raid bosses on this server actually. It's gonna be Pile Gaming, there's gonna be the side of Team Scout, and of course the side of Team Mackle. These are the ones that we're gonna be looking forward to seeing the most. But at the same time, it feels as the Team Mafia, Team Rebel, Team Sway, and Team Mizo, they could just come out on top in their engagements as well. The things are just on the board, but at the same time, the shots are gonna be going in left, the shots are gonna be going in right, and Northern Breeze. That's a beautiful shot coming on down from the side of the Eva, but that's pretty much it. Uxbug, he needs to be very careful in the way he takes a lot of this engagement. But once again, Northern Breeze, he's not going to be heal himself back up to full with that shield battery. He needs to back on off. He needs to try and get a little bit more space between him and, of course, the side of the enemies. Shots are going to be going on in no downs just yet, but the Bloodhound getting tagged out of very low levels of health. He doesn't really have a lot to work with, so he needed to pop the ultimate almost immediately to get a little bit of information, to get his team set up down for all these multiple different fights that they're going to be taking. And instead, there's a Pile coming on down from the sideline, getting the first initial kill down on the Sway. Once again, a little bit too over-aggressive, causing a lot of problems down for their side, but still, it's only just Sway. 2 of our members are still alive and still kicking to go in for a couple of plays for themselves as well.
Yeah, you know what? So some first world problems for Pile Gaming right there. She's just trying to, adjust her inventory, and then she's like, what is not important? What is important? I mean, she's just trying to segregate between items, and she's like, what more can I get out of Sway's loot box? It's just, the struggle is real for Pile to try and adjust the inventory as well. And to be honest, Pile, we have all been there. Like, I personally have a lot of problems while just trying to segregate my inventory in Apex Legends. Like, every single time I'm like, should I keep this? Like, is it gonna, like, late zone scenarios, is it gonna help me out? Like, have you been there, Aggressive?
At the very start, when I started playing the game, yes, but now not so really. So yeah.
Alright, Diamond Flex. Diamond Flex.
Problems from Assassin, ladies and gentlemen.
Diamond Flex coming in from the guy himself. I mean, I'm not even gonna speak anymore, and I'm just gonna let Team Scout speak for themselves, as they are going to struggle a little bit in order to move into the ring, but they're finally going to make it. Whereas Team Mafia, they're also right around the corner. I guess Team Mafia, they might just hear all these footsteps coming out from Team Scout, and Team Scout is just barely staying alive. The resources are going to... Their resources are going to run out, and I guess Begum and Fat Monster, look at his Evo shield, man. God damn it.
Yeah, this guy is just gonna be on another level this time around already, and considering that he has that purple shield, he can easily go in for a lot of close engagement, but at the same time, Team Scout, they're taking a lot of damage coming out from the zone, and this basically means they need to invest a lot more syringes to try and get themselves back up with that full HP as well. Things could work out in their favor, but at the same time, if they get caught out by any people camping the zone corners, they're going to be in a pretty rough spot. But I like this rotation plan coming out from them. Instead of going directly into the zone, they're going to be going around it to get the best possible cover as they enter down into the open fields to make sure they don't get caught off guard. And this is really smart. This is what I like coming out down from the side of Team Scout. They're always taking their engagements properly. They always understand which sides that they need to take before they opt to go in for a push, and when they are opting to go in for that rotation to give them that best optimal chance to come out of that zone alive, take a proper advantageous angle, heal themselves back up to full, and then take a lot of their engagements. That's what you expect coming on down from players of their caliber and their talent when they put so many hours into this one specific craft. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, Team Sherlock, they're looking to go in for that first initial fight, and I'm very sure it's going to be happening. Oh yeah, Team Mac.
Yeah, Team Mackle, let's go. We've got their ultimate ready. 2 of the ultimates, Beast of the Hunt, as well as the Revenant's ultimate as well, on top of which they are going to make the push. We're seeing Paraju and Mackle take some damage in their ultimate state, and I guess TSG is just looking to get some kills in with the Eva 8 auto so close. It's going to take down the Zayd, and then he's going to finish him off as well. This is insane. Team Mackle, stop it already. Are you guys going to go ahead and get yourselves another victory? Like, is that restart that came in, the technical difficulty that happened, was that Apex Legends gods just blessing you in order to just give you another chance at this?
It feels like that at this point. And also Team Mackle with Proj now back onto their side once again after the disconnect that he had. It feels as though it's like a completely different game for their side once again. They have been revitalized. They are ready for the second chance, and they're not going to waste it whatsoever. But at the same time, all the raid bosses are still alive, and the raid bosses are there to go up against one another. What happens when the raid bot goes against another raid boss? That's where the real fun begins. And it seems as though they're having a little bit of a conversation on the side. I don't think we are supposed to like walk into that. I don't think we're supposed to interrupt that assassin. So let them have their fun.
Yeah. Let's just move on from Team Pile Gaming, because right now they're just having a secret meeting right here inside of the towers. Pyle is sort of, I guess, calling out some strats, and Xbax is listening to that as well. But with the entire play being made out by all of these streamers, I guess it's gonna come. Oh, it's gonna come down to this, right? Fat Monster. He's gonna ping a black market location if I'm not wrong, and if Team Scout are gonna advance onto that specific position, then they might just find themselves some incredible loot.
Now the real question is, will this other team part will be able to take this engagement down probably, or will they be the ones to go on down almost immediately? Zemo actually is going to be the one to pick up a caustic, so I'm really hoping to see a couple of good caustic plays coming on down from him, but at the same time they need to be careful because on the other side, there's going to be the Sata team Scout going in for a couple of plays for themselves as well, but high ground advantage not in their favor, so this engagement is really difficult for them to get a lot of value out of, especially with the zone coming on through. They need to make a move happen almost immediately. They don't really have a lot of time to work with, and with the Octane jump pad now going on through, they're making that push happen, and they're got in for this play. They want this spot for themselves, and they're not giving it up without a fight. Beautiful tracking coming on down from the side of Begum, but Begum's not taking the rifle long. Instead, it's going to be the side of Fatu being able to take them down out, but the cavalry's already here. Scout comes in down from the side, and so does Fat Monster. They're hunting down for some more kills for their side. It's going to be a caustic trap going on through. The shots are going to be going in left, the shots are going to be going in right, and I'm very sure that Scout, he has her phone number, calls them up from the sidelines. It's going to be Fat Monster getting that last final kill for the side of Team Scout, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, a beautiful squad wipe to finish everything off, and a little bit of a sad moment as well, because you do need to consider that, hey, Begum, he had to die.
Oh, Begum, such an unfortunate moment right there. There's gonna be him to go die, and oh, interesting. And I guess it is gonna be. It's gonna be, you know, Paddock to just go ahead and spot out an enemy for himself, and it looks like the Team Bloodline, they might just make this specific push as well aggressive. I guess Team Bloodline, they have a chance at going ahead at you know, taking themselves a victory. 8 squads left right now, and it looks like that Team Sway, it's all down to Juzo in a 1 versus. I guess it's just going to be a 1 versus 3 situation for him, where 3 of the players are just going to try and you know, pounce it on towards him with their Bloodhound abilities.
Now this is going to be a fight between the side of Pile Gaming and of course Bloodline, as the push is going to be going on through. Nades are going to left, the nades are going to right, but at the same time Team Mercy, they just got to survive. They're at the mercy of Team Bloodline, just throwing in those grenades every single time, but still it feels as though they're going to be able to get themselves back out, and all the runs are going to be going on down. And then Team Pile are like, hey, they get 3 grenades all day, but if we run away from that place, what are you going to get a lot of value out of? Absolutely nothing. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, things are going to be working out in their favor. And once again, it feels as though that comical moment has already gone on through a Pile. She's getting left behind once.
Yeah, Team Pile Gaming, see, their entire roster, right, it looks so healthy, and they've got enough loot and everything else. They're packed for this final push that is about to be made as well by all of these players. But we just have to wait for a little bit more for that final push to come in, because even though I know you guys are thinking that only 8 squads are left, so maybe it's just going to be a bloodbath right here. It definitely is going to be. And Team Pile Gaming, they're already taking the fight head on. And I guess it is going to be Axbax to just try and spot out the enemy. He's going to try and go in for that straight out, but then Flixie comes in and takes down Northern Breeze, with Northern Breeze going down. It's going to be Axbax to try and give him some cover, but Axbax, he's just going out of shields. He just has to recharge the batteries as well. He has to recharge his shields in order to take further engagement, but Pile Gaming is also trying to provide cover, but at the same time, they're all just running out of bullets at the wrong time. The Arcstars to come out, so the Pile should just throw in the Arcstar as well, maybe, possibly hoping, crossing her fingers, thinking that maybe he's just going to connect somewhere or the other out of the enemies, and it's going to be Axbax to just pull out the EVA 8 and finish off Flixie. Amazing stuff coming in from him, and I guess the entirety of that specific squad is in and out. Team Binks are going to get taken down if I'm not wrong.
This is so sad coming on down from the side of Pile Gaming. There's no way that he can save any of them pretty much at this stage, and he needs to try and get himself back out in a sticky situation. He needs to run on away because already Sherlock's team, they haven't smoked up, or they're trying to call him off, and he has nowhere to run. Literally out of the frying pan and into the fire, ladies and gentlemen, right to the lava in this case. It's gonna be Axmax. Just, I feel bad for him, Assassin. Like, what do you do?
Why did he run? Why did he run into the lava pool though?
He had nowhere to go. Sherlock was right there. Team Sherlock was right behind him.
Actually, yeah, but at the same time, like, maybe he thought that, it's better to die to the lava pool instead of dying to the Team Sherlock and then just giving them extra points. So, yeah, there's absolutely nowhere to go. Just die to the lava as quick as possible before Team Sherlock hunts him down. Because it's just going to be extra kill points for them, right?
Like at the same time, I like whenever there's third party, you're like, God damn it, why is there a third party? Please let me
Yeah.
go. I just had a fight. I just got a clutch.
It's the mind games, man. It's the mind games. Like, you just wait out. You know the two teams are gonna start fighting against each other as soon as they spot them out. You as a third party are just gonna wait. Just gonna, like, you know what? Enjoy the show. As soon as they are both wounded, strike them with full force.
Exactly. That's how the wolves hunt, ladies and gentlemen. And as soon as they see one of their prey wounded, they will make sure to make that pounce happen for their side. And still, the build as a team, Sherlock, they're at the disadvantageous angle. They don't really have the high ground, and from the side of their enemies, they're going to have the high ground instead, holding it down from the top, and the shots are going to be raining on, and beautiful tracking coming on down from the side of God OP. Gets that crack down onto one of the players on the armor side, but at the same time, the push has already gone on through, so Sherlock's team, they have the best possible opportunity to go in for a proper engagement and take it all the way down for their side, but at the same time, they are getting pincered down from two angles. One angle from the side of team one from the right side and one from the left. They have nowhere to run and they have nowhere to hide. They're getting pincered, and with the push coming on down in, they need to make a decision now. They cannot get out though, because now the team scout, they're just hunting them down. The launchman's going in left, the launchman's going in right. They are just hunting for the kills. They're hounding them down one by one. Team scout, they know for a fact they have the number 2 squad, but they are angry that they couldn't get the number 1. They want to destroy the dreams and hopes of the other streamers to try and even catch up when it comes down to terms of the standing. Things gonna be all but over down for their side. Team Scout's gonna be able to take down one more. And with that, it's gonna be Matt Shack taking a beautiful beating coming on down from the side of Fat Monster. He's gonna be your kill leader going on through with 6 kills on the board. He's just having a lot of fun on this server. You can already see it coming down in the game plan as well.
It looks like that we are going to be seeing definitely a noob and Nexus AB both going down. So that's another squad wipe coming in off your screens. And Team Scout, as I said, right, this specific rematch, this specific restart, it's like a second chance for a lot of teams in this specific match right here. Like, it's a second chance for Team Mackle to just go ahead and get that 5 victories in a row.
Oh, wait.
It's a second chance for Scout. Yeah, it's a chance for Team Scout to just go ahead and try and inch closer towards Team Mackle. But for now, though, it looks like the Team Scout, they're going to be very, very happy. And ooh, what happened? Team Scout, they are going to go ahead and further solidify their hold on top of the cliff. And it's going to be Scout to be taking that fight alone. Where exactly is Fat Monster? Where is Begum? They both need to chime in and they both need to help Scout as well. And I guess it's going to be Fat Monster to just take up that repel. And he is going to fly in over towards the other side, towards the edge of that specific zone that is coming down. And there you go. Wait a second. Are they knifing him down? No, this is not at all right. He was trying to go in for a knife in Team Scout. He's just going to go ahead and pull out the EVA 8s. And it's going to be Team Scout to be taking up the victory here, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, they are going to be able to put up a win this specific day. And they're going to inch further closer in towards Team Mackle on the points table as well.
Honestly speaking, it ended off in style, and the way Scout's team were able to take control of the entire map in their favor, and the fact that all the raid bosses really did die out earlier to other teams in particular. So Team Scout, they almost had no competition whatsoever. They opted to go in for those engagements. They were the ones going in for those fights. They had the utility as well to properly go in for those engagements as well, basically meaning that, hey, let's just go in, let's just have some fun. And at the very end, they had a lot of fun throughout all of their shields, throughout all of their weapons, except for one person, of course, that one sneaky person who loves to always go in for those kills. Every single time, I'm like here, like, teabagging with one of my new friends, one of my enemy buddies down in these 3 versus 3 situations. And suddenly my teammate comes in to be like, yo, you're supposed to play a game. This is a ranked game. You're not supposed to make friends here. Just comes on in from the sideline and one pumps the guy with a shotgun. That's kind of what's happening here.
Yeah.
But at the same time, good sportsmanship coming on down from the side of Team Scout. They had a little bit of fun at the very end as well, and they're going to be able to get this win for themselves. And now I'm really interested to see where a lot of the standings are going to be at, because we know for a fact that Team Mackle, they're going to be in the number 1 spot no matter what. Number 2 spot will be taken by the side of Team Scout. And now I'm really interested to see where the number 3 spot is going to be landing at. Because Pile Gaming, yes, they had a lot of kills, and yes, they finished up really high, but so did Team Mafia. So let's really see. As we go into the highlights, let's try and break down this entire matchup one more time, because map number 5 was a lot of memes and a lot of interesting shots as well.
Yeah, like match number 5, right? It surely was a very topsy-turvy game for sure, in my opinion. Like, yeah, we all had great moments. We all had a lot of comical events as well throughout the specific match. But more than that, the best part is that everyone enjoyed every bit of that specific match. Like, match number 5 was just, you know, everyone just playing their hearts out. They're just having very close range fights as well. They're having fun at what they're doing as well. You would see, you know, most of the ultimate pushes being made by a couple of teams, especially this one in front of your screen that are Team Battle, with 2 of their ultimates ready, Beast of the Hunt as well as the Revenant's ultimate as well, in order to make that push. Like, I'm not gonna lie, the way all of these teams played it out, I'm quite impressed with what they managed to showcase to us in match number 5. Like, match number 5 was a lot of teams bringing it to very, very close quarter fights, and you know, them just going ahead and taking victories in ways that we would not even imagine. Like, here you would see Team Scout going ahead and eliminating an entire squad and just taking control of the specific building. And more than that, after this specific fight, right, we saw that Fat Monster just went ahead and cleaned out another squad just below the building as well. So overall, I know it was just a fragathon for sure, but the way these guys took the fights is what mattered the most, in my opinion. In my opinion, like, the entirety of this specific match was kind of, you know, set in a way where a lot of these teams that were looking for retribution, they kind of got something. Like, they're not going to walk out with nothing. They're going to walk out with something.
That is for sure. This was a chance for a lot of teams to step themselves back up, but at the same time, I kind of feel bad for Ashbacks. Like, this play once again on the back highlights. I feel this pain, Ashback. Don't worry, this happened to me as well when I was stuck here down in the lava pit. I tried to get away from a team. I pretty much had no HP. I had a red armor on me. My red armor got broken. All my team members were dead, and I'm like, just trying to run on away, but the enemy team's like, nah, we're not gonna give you anything. And with this, we see the last final kill. We can see who pulled out that shotgun, and it is gonna be the Loma from their side. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, things are gonna be settling on down, as we are gonna be seeing the standings soon enough coming on down for map number 5 as the production team is gonna be pulling it up. Assassin, I want to ask you, who do you think were your standout teams coming on down through, other than the side of Kyle, Scout, and Mac?
Well, of course, I mean, Team Bings, they had their moments as well. I really loved how they, you know, sort of took the fight in match number 5, both before the restart and after the restart as well. Team Bings, they sort of pulled their weight, and even Team Bloodline, actually, they surprised me in ways I couldn't even imagine. Like, Team Bloodline, there were times where Paddox would just go ahead and, you know, use his secondary weapons, such as the pistols and the SMGs as well, in order to go ahead and grab himself some nutty kills, some nutty headshots as well. So, yeah, Team Bloodline overall, despite them not getting a victory throughout the day, they did have their moments, and all of that definitely was shown in the highlights as well. So yeah, I would say that Team Bloodline, they stood out for me, just like Team Bings, and I guess Team Mizo were very, very close to getting a highlight moment for them, but they just got unfortunate and they got taken down as well. This specific match, right, after the restart, the zone kind of was not favoring a lot of teams out there as well. Couple of them were just outside the zone and they just struggled to make their way inside of the zone as well. They were, you know, constantly getting hurt, especially Team Scout as well. They were constantly getting hurt by the ring, and as well as at the same time, they were getting taken down by Bloodline on the other side of that building and the other side of the ring as well. So constant pressure being built up right there by a lot of teams, and it's just it's ridiculous to see, you know, all of these teams being oh so goddamn good in match number 5, and I completely enjoyed every bit of it.
When you look at the standings, though, this time around, we can already see the Team Scout, they have those 23 points. They're going to be able to keep that number 2 spot. Same goes for the side of Team Backle. But at the same time, when it comes to the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, Assassin, my hands are up in the air because I have no idea what's going to be happening here. A lot of the standings are going to change here. And I'm really looking forward to see what the overall standings are going to look like, because now here is where we crown our champions. Here is where we crown our second place, and of course our third place. Moving on down forward, because you can already see Team Bloodline, as you just stated, they performed admirably, going on down to 9 placement points, 1 kill, and 10. They were consistent in the way they were moving around the map, and just goes to show they have what it takes to survive. And not only were they able to survive, they took a lot of different engagements as well. They were not able to get the kills, but they were able to scare off a lot of their oppositions from trying to push into them, basically meaning that they have the will to survive and they have the will to go on. And with that, things have already settled all down, and now we just have to see who ends up to be the winner.
Well, you could see the standings, right? And it pretty much paints out the picture as well of map number 10. Map number 10, that it was the final match of the day. Where Team Scout, they indeed got themselves a victory. But more than that, as I said, Team Bloodline, they stood out for me, and you could see why. 9 placement points, 1 kill, total of 10 points. They are gonna inch closer and closer to top 5 as well on the overall scoreboard, which is gonna be coming up really soon. Team Bell, once again, they managed to get themselves 5 placement points, 4 kills, and a total of 9 points. Whereas Team Pile Gaming this time around, though, weren't able to make it to top 5, but they still managed to be in top 10. So Congo for that as well. Team Pile Gaming, you guys tried, and it's just unfortunate for teams like Team Millie, Team Akshu, and everyone else as well. Because it's just, I don't know. Overall, throughout the entire tournament, they were not able to do much, and I'm pretty sure that they're going to be doing it the next time AMD Ryzen Radeon are going to be bringing in down a tournament as well. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your champions, Team Mackle. Following them is going to be Scout on the second spot. Third is going to be Pile Gaming. Fourth is going to be Mafia. And the fifth spot is going to be taken away by Rebel. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys were watching the AMD Ryzen Radeon Apex Legends Streamer Invitational powered by Chroma. And once again, I repeat, your champions for this specific Streamer Invitational, they are going to be Team Mackle, who put up such an incredible performance out there. With more than 200 points in their bag, the overall final standings are going to look something like this. Team Mackle, 203 total points. Can you believe it? Aggressive.
They're just an absolute dominant force on this entire matchup. Them winning 5 maps. Assassin, 5 maps, 4 consecutive wins. Sorry, 3, was it 4? Yeah, 4 consecutive wins for their side.
4 consecutive wins.
And they finally lost out at the very end on map number 5. That just goes to show they did their homework yesterday. They played Apex for the entire night. And I mean the entire night, woke up in the morning, played Apex for like a further 3 hours. Then they were eating and they were like calling strats constantly. Because that's the level of gameplay and coordination they brought down to the table. Don't you think so?
Actually, I don't even think so. They had their lunch because they were looking hungry. We did have a talk about this, right? Like, I guess Team Mackle, they did not even have time for lunch because they were like, we are too busy eating all of these players alive in the server. But yeah, Team Mackle, amazing stuff coming out from them, man. A total of 120 kills throughout the entire tournament. Like, we had 10 maps. 10 freaking maps, and Team Mackle were just so dominant throughout all the 10 maps. And I just can't stress on this enough, but congratulations to the top 5 of this specific tournament who are going to be walking away with that massive prize pool as well. I'm just going to quickly go ahead and break it down to you guys as well. Out of the total prize pool of 3 lakh Indian rupees, Team Mackle, they're going to be running away with 1,25,000 rupees. The second spot, that is Scout, they are going to be walking away with 75,000 Indian rupees. The third spot, that is Pile Gaming, is going to be walking away with 50,000 Indian rupees. Fourth and sixth spot are going to be walking away with 25,000, 15,000, and 10,000 rupees, respectively, as well. So once again, congratulations to each and every winner out here. What an incredible performance. You guys are the absolute best, and I can't wait to witness more and more Apex Legends from you guys. Trust me, I guess Aggressive is going to be very, very happy as well. Aggressive, any final thoughts before I close it out?
Honestly speaking, I just want to cast some more Apex. This was so much fun, and I can't wait to do this again one time.
Yep. True that, and I'm pretty sure that AMD Ryzen Radeon, they're going to be putting out such platforms as well to showcase more and more Apex stars out there in the country. But with that said and done, we are pretty much at the end of this specific Streamer Invitational. It feels really bad to bid farewell, but you got to do what you got to do, and you know what? Before we leave, I want to give a huge shout out to our sponsors, AMD Ryzen, Radeon, and Chroma, for making the specific Apex Legends Streamer Invitational possible. Without them, you guys wouldn't be seeing all of this jazz in front of your screens as well. So please go ahead and check out the gaming notebooks powered by the latest AMD Ryzen Radeon processors using the Chroma website link down in the description below, or just by visiting any of your Chroma stores nearby, checking out these offers and availing them as well, getting yourselves a slick gaming notebook powered by the AMD Ryzen Radeon processor and playing just like the professionals out there in this specific streamer invitational as well. So guys, some of the most popular streamers, they came together, they fought it out, and they finally have a winner amongst them. It is going to be Mackle. So congratulations once again, Team Mackle, for taking away the victory. Thank you so much to each and every viewer out there in the stream for tuning into this specific stream and, you know, just enjoying this amazing streamer invitational put together by AMD Ryzen, Radeon, and Chroma. Me and Aggressive are going to sign off for now, but we are looking forward to seeing you guys again in the future. So until then, it's goodbye, good night, sweet dreams. See you guys later.